Good afternoon, everybody. It's 12 o'clock. It's the regular meeting of the Board of Commissioners on Wednesday, October 9th. And up first, additions or deletions to the agenda.
Yes, we have one proposed deletion to the agenda. It is item number 8, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, establishing the formula for distribution of the municipal share of county sales tax revenue for the year 2025 as required by Resolution 7121. The numbers from the state, because the state does our sales tax collections for August, were not downloaded this morning. We're counting on those being downloaded to give you those numbers. So we will move that to the next regular meeting.
And that's item number 8.
Item number 8, and we need a vote of the board to.
So we're deleting.
I'll need a motion.
I'll make a motion to delete item number 8 from the agenda.
A second.
We have Steve has a comment.
I would like to make a motion to reconsider the Buttermilk Concert Series proposal from Belly Up, and would like to add that to the agenda someplace.
Got it. Thank you. Let's take care of the first one first, right? All in favor on that?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Okay, so number 8's scratched. We just picked up some time. Thanks. Okay. So I just want to make sure I understand what the process is.
Roy had
Okay.
suggested that it be added as a one reading item. Is that what you said, Roy?
Are we talking about motion to consider reconsider? So if that's something the board wants to entertain, my suggestion would be that whomever would like to do so, make a motion to amend the agenda to add that as a informal resolution of the board. So it'd just be one reading under that section of the agenda, and I was looking for a copy of that, but I don't have the agenda right here on my desk.
Okay, so
All the people.
And then go ahead and amend the agenda to that effect, assuming you can get a second and enough support to do so. Add it to the agenda in that location, and then when the action item comes up, consider it in the normal course of business.
so I would make a motion.
Question first before we make a motion.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So this would be just to determine whether or not we wanted to reconsider the item and then set that item discussion for a future date.
The next meeting, the next regular meeting.
Yeah, assuming that you get enough votes to
Right. If we,
reconsider
but
it.
reconsider doesn't have to be at the next regular meeting.
It doesn't have to be, but I would suggest that if you're gonna actually reconsider the application instead of make a motion to reconsider it, that you set it as soon as practical
Okay.
for staff to
Right,
actually
right.
bring the item back to you.
Right.
So you don't have to do it at the next regular meeting,
But sometime within a short
sometime in
period
a
of time.
reasonable short period of time.
That's the first question. Second question is, do we do public comment on just the reconsideration, or should we do public comment, or should we wait and take public comment if it's voted to reconsider?
I would like to take public comment. We can take it at the beginning of the meeting since people have come in. And we can, if we have to discuss this particular item, we can discuss it at the top of the meeting. This first order
Except
of
it would
business
be an
today.
item on our agenda, so we'd have to discuss it when the item came up on our agenda.
Then that you're talking about for next time.
No, I'm talking today.
Oh, then I'm going to ask, we'd have to put it on the top of the agenda.
Yeah, you could add it as the first item under individual consideration items if you would like to do so.
Yeah, okay, I guess that's what I'll plan to do in order to just to make everybody's
think that's great.
schedule work.
So I will make a motion to add the Buttermilk Concert Series to our agenda on a single reading, to bring it up to decide whether to reconsider our previous decision.
Okay, and I need a second.
I'll second.
We have a second from Kelly. Okay, all in favor?
Aye?
Aye.
I'll say aye to put it on the agenda for discussion.
Great, thank you. Thank you all. So that's unanimous. We've made it that far. So now we can continue with our meeting and get to individual consideration items in a few minutes. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. It looks like from the substance of the conversation that I heard is that would be placed in front of what is currently individual consideration item number 4. So maybe that would be the new 4, and all the additional numbers would be
Or 3A.
added
Got it. Perfect.
by 1, perhaps.
So 4 would be under, after the emergency reso,
Yeah, the new 4 would be after.
okay? And then this would be 5, 6, 7, 8.
We get an 8 back.
And then 9, because we canceled out 9, then we're good.
Okay.
Okay.
And then Greg, I think when you do public comment, just a note for folks to, if you're gonna be hearing comment on this item, to wait.
To wait
for
till
that
then.
item.
Oh, thank you. That's what okay, so that's what we do, but it won't be long, I promise. Okay, from that, I'm gonna ask and entertain,
Now you need public comment?
oh, question from Kelly. Public comment on this item.
Okay, I just want to foreshadow, if anyone is in the room, we are going to be continuing the FBO lease, correct? And we'll do that at the time, or are we?
This is just.
That's a confirmatory vote on the emergency resolution on the lease extension. It's not the lease, so that will stay on.
Can we
Thank
move
you.
that to the very end? Just so, because I assume that I cannot participate in that item number 13. Could we move it to the very end of the meeting?
It's just a confirmatory reading.
Of the lease extension.
Okay, so it won't, if it doesn't take that long,
Won't take that.
It
okay,
shouldn't take that
then we'll leave it
long.
alone then.
Just
All right,
we'll
thank
let
you.
run around the block.
Thank you. I'll go for a walk. Okay, public comment not about the item we've put on the agenda for today, which is the Buttermilk Concert Series. Any other public comment in the room who'd like to say something, or online?
Yes, but, he's just clarified it. You're gonna allow public.
We're going to allow public comment in about 5 minutes. Yeah,
To concert proposal.
right. Thank you. Tony, you want to come up and say something?
May I?
Please do.
Okay,
You've got
thank you.
3 minutes.
So, can everyone see that okay?
Yep.
Okay. Is it all right if I stand, or can you see it okay?
You can
right
stand
here?
as long as the mic can hear you.
Okay. If it's- sure, if you want to. Thank you, please, thank you. It won't take long. Hi, everyone. For the record, my name is Toni Kronberg, and I'm here to talk about the October 24th meeting that's coming up for the EOTC. And as you know, I have been a proponent of the Aspen Highway 82 Skycab, which is an aerial connection between Ruby Park, goes down Durant, up over Shadow Mountain, runs parallel with Highway 82, stops off at Buttermilk, where we have a lot of our venues, also part of the Lumberyard Housing Project, the airport, and then also Brush Creek Park and Ride. And then the leg would be going up to Snowmass Rec Center, Town Center, Base Village, Snowmass Mall, and there would be a leg going to Highlands. At that October 24th meeting, I'm not quite sure yet if my request for funding for the first part of the feasibility study, just to make sure we still have a corridor left, it's only about $25,000, so each jurisdiction would be contributing about $9,000 to the EOTC fund. This project qualifies for the sales and use tax that Pickens County was approved back in 1993, and that sales tax and use tax was for the purpose of financing, constructing, operating, or maintaining a mass transportation system within the county. An aerial gondola connection is definitely mass transit plus zero emissions. You never have to wait for it. Small number of people is easy to put in. Land use approvals can either be done through a land use application like how Beaver Creek and Vale did, or we can go through an environmental impact study either with or without the City of Aspen's environmental impact study reopening the record of decision. So I just want to give you a heads up that that'll be coming forward. And so I'm not sure if it's going to be placed on the agenda or if I need to bring it forward during public comment. And there's been some kind of confusion as to who puts an agenda item on the EOTC. God bless you. And that would be either the city managers the county manager can put this agenda item on, or it can be the elected officials, or we can go through public comment, and just what happened today with the belly up resolution, that at that particular time, that the elected officials can choose to put it on the agenda. And if it puts on the agenda, if it's a financing question, then I do believe, and we can check with Rye about it, that it needs to go into a public hearing, first and second reading. And we just ask that it be put on for a future agenda, I think that decision can be made that day. So I just wanted to leave it in your hands, so to speak, and just to be prepared for October 24th. It's really exciting when you think about it, because it will solve almost all of our transportation gridlock and congestion from Brush Creek all the way into Aspen. And I shudder when I realize that the Aspen City Council, while we love affordable housing, they just approved 600 beds right across from the airport. And the only there's 2 traffic mitigations that they have. One is a stoplight, as we all know, into traffic that's already stopped, or a 30-minute bus, but that 30-minute bus is still stuck in the roundabout. And then I do believe the last time that I was here that I would also like to ask the Elected Officials Transportation Committee at that meeting if we can ask CDOT for an emergency order to open up the 2 down valley lanes coming out of the roundabout, because it's a true life and safety issue. When you take a look at everybody coming out from the schools and the hospital, there's just no way you can get through.
Okay,
So
thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I appreciate bringing that in. Nice poster. Good job.
Thank you so much. Thank you. See, the gondola's going over a bridge.
Okay,
you.
thank you. I'm looking for other public comment unrelated to the Buttermilk concerts. If there's anybody in the room or online who wants to make a comment, *9 to raise your hand. Do we have anybody there, Michaela? No, I don't see anyone. Okay, we're going to keep moving then. Thank you, Tony, for your comment.
Thank you, Greg.
Okay, commissioner comments, bringing it back. Steve.
So today is Ageism Awareness Day, October 9th, 2024.
Great.
So some of us who are elderly here in the audience can celebrate today, Mr. Sterling. And I'm going to read this from this flyer that I got from Vintage today. Ageism refers to stereotypes, how we think, prejudice, how we feel, and discrimination, how we act toward others or ourselves based on age. It negatively impacts our health and well-being, our financial security, and the economy. It exists in many forms, influencing everything from personal interactions to public policy, and impacts us at every age. The good news is that we can do something about it, and begin by spreading the word on Ageism Awareness Day, October 9th, 2024. Thank you.
Great, Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, can I just,
I always need to be reminded that I'm aging.
so should people be really nice just because we're old? Is that what you're asking? Okay, I agree with that.
Or go easy on us.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, well, that's a good intro to today's meeting. Other comments, Francie?
I have no comments.
I see
today.
Kelly online. She's
Well,
got
yes, I
one.
do have a
Oh,
comment.
I'm going to go to Francie first, Kelly.
I would just like to thank the Salt and Aspen City Councils for considering our ballot measures and approving them. That was very meaningful to have both councils support the commissioners.
Great, thank you for that.
Thanks.
Kelly?
Sure, I will follow on that mention about the elections, and just remind everyone again that your source for election information in Pitkin County is pitkinvotes.com. You can go there to click on a link to check your registration and make sure your mail ballot address is correct. that if you change from election to election, you may want to check what that is for this election. And also just, really encourage people to figure out where your drop boxes are. Ballots will be in the mail on October 15th. I'm very curious to see how long they will take to get into mailboxes. I hope it's quick, but with concerns about the post office, folks should be prepared to drop theirs off if they need to by Tuesday, November 5th. If you have kids that are in college, you may want to FedEx their ballot to them and have them FedEx it back to you to drop it at a drop box as well. So pipkinvotes.com.
Thanks, Kelly. All right, that's Kelly. Steve has another one.
I forgot to mention it. There is this coming Monday at the Eagle County Building in Elgibel, from 9 until noon, is the Age Friendly Expo. It's sponsored by Eagle and Pickens County Senior Services. It's a free event. They have information about Medicare basics and open enrollment. There's a review of My Life, the Last Chapter. The event that was held, a very successful event, was held earlier this year here in Aspen and in Basalt. So I urge people to go to that if you're able to. Monday, 9 till noon in Elgibel.
Great, thanks, Steve. Okay, I think that's it for commissioner comment. And let's see, actually, should I bring it up now? I have a letter here. You should all have a copy on your desk. This is a letter to Senator Hickenlooper and Representative Neguse that would be signed by Eagle and Pickens County Commissioners. It's a joint effort that Wilderness Workshop put in front of us, and Eagle County has agreed to sign on.
Can we discuss it at open discussion?
Yeah, we can. We'll get back to it. I just want to make sure you all have a chance
Yeah.
to see it.
I saw
And
it.
if we have to,
I do want to discuss it.
good, all
Thanks,
right.
Greg.
Okay, got that. And, okay, we're going to move on to consent items, single reading. I've got the minutes of September 25th and a resolution appointing citizen board members. Do we want to continue or?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the September 25th meeting. And unless Steve wants to pull off the, usually
Yes,
pulls
You
off
do?
that.
Okay, thought you might. Okay, do I have a second on the minutes?
Sure.
Francie says yes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now we have a resolution appointing citizen board members.
So the reason I wanted to call this out was to recognize each of the three individuals, Andre Willie, Kirsten Neff, and Ned Andrews, who all applied for renewal, and Ned to be a new member on the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board. So they are the three we are appointing today. And I'm pleased that Ned, who was in my freshman college dormitory, although we didn't meet each other till about 2 years ago because we were in different wings of the dormitory, is a hydrologist and very knowledgeable about rivers. One of the projects he worked on was the flood releases in the Grand Canyon of the Colorado River to rebuild the sandbars and provide habitat for the endangered fish there. He was the hydrologist who worked on that and planned that whole thing. So I think he will be a really good addition to our Healthy Rivers and Streams Board. He's already been working on the pollution problems up on Lincoln Creek. So he's really knowledgeable about our local issues. So I want to thank all of them in advance for being willing to serve. And I'd like to make a motion to approve their appointment to the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board.
I'll second. Kelly.
Kelly, Patty, second. Okay, yeah, Andre Willie's been involved with Healthy Rivers and Streams since the beginning and has been a really solid contributor to that organization. Kristen Neff is more recent, but she's also really active and smart, and we're glad to have them on Healthy Rivers and Streams. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Great, thank you. Okay, now we're moving to individual consideration items, and the first one up is number 4, and this is the Buttermilk Concert Series.
No, we need to do the emergency resolution for confirmatory reading for the approving the
Oh,
PAC
sorry, we have to do
program.
that first. Pardon me, jumped ahead of myself. Individual consideration item, emergency res for confirmatory reading and public hearing on October 23rd. And this is an emergency res approving a contract with the Office of Justice Programs for funding for the Pitkin Area Co-Responder Team's PACT program. And I don't know if Raleigh or Jordana are in the room or
Jordana may need to be
online.
promoted.
There she is. Can you hear us, Jordana?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, and we can see you. Great. Can you talk about the PACT co-responder, briefly bring us back up to speed?
Absolutely. So I am here today to talk about some additional funding. We have just been informed that our grant application was approved by the Office of Justice Programs. This funding is for a total of $550,000 over 3 years to continue to support the current PACT program. We have 2 other grants that currently support this work, but there was going to be a reduction in funding for one of our 2 peer specialists. And so we were looking for additional funding to keep that position funded within the program, and that is where this grant comes in. So it would allow for that second peer support for the program, in addition to supporting a lot of the other percentage of the other activities in the program that help it run. So that's the high level. Happy to answer any questions about PACT or about this specific funding source.
If I don't, Patty
I
may
have comments.
Go ahead, Patty.
Thanks, Jordana. I just want the public to know that PACT is one of the really great things we do here in Pitkin County. It really helps to support our first responders and hopefully help people who are in need of help rather than in, maybe going into a detention center or other sorts of confinement. But I think it's great. I think we were the first in the state, I believe, to originally start out with a PAC program many years ago with state funding, and we've been able to.
In a rural area.
Yeah, in the rural area. I'm taking credit for the whole state here today. Thanks, Jordana. But it has grown over the years, and it's done amazing things, and I want to thank everybody involved. And again, thank the state for supporting us. So it's a great program, and I would like to make a motion to approve the emergency resolution set for confirmatory reading and public hearing on, I believe, the 23rd
23rd, yep.
of October.
I'll second the motion.
We have a second. And then Jordana, just briefly, so people understand what PACT means, maybe an example of, I think we've had some pretty good examples in the last few years of how PACT works. I don't know if you've got a brief anecdotal story or something, just so people understand what we're talking about.
Sure. So PAC stands for Pitkin Area Co-Responder Team. The current program staffs 2 mental health co-responders who are able to respond alongside law enforcement to calls that have some mental health component. We also have a case worker on the team, as well as these 2 peers. So the team works together to support folks who really need that, who do have engagement with law enforcement oftentimes, but really the right place for them is to receive mental health support, additional services to be able to meet some of their needs, meet them where they are, to help keep them out of the jail and our criminal justice system. Greg, I am blanking on a specific example, but when we come for second reading, Raleigh is coming, and I will have her prepped to share a success story with the council then.
I accept that. Thank you. Thanks for that, Jordana. I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kelly.
Kelly had her
I don't know if
hand
that
up.
was a residual hand.
No. And my vote is aye, but if I can just clarify something, I'm unclear. Is the Office of Justice Programs, is this federal funding or state? So this is federal funding. Okay.
Correct.
Great. Okay. Glad to see the feds paying attention to this approach. So thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. And if I could just tell the BoCC that a lot of the success in achieving this grant was through the grant writing support that we contract out with. It was incredibly helpful, and this is one of the results of that. So
Great.
thank you.
Good news.
Good to know.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Okay, that's it. Thanks, Jordan. I don't know if you're sticking around or not, but we're moving on. You don't have to. Okay, now back up. We're at up number 4. What we put on the agenda today is consideration for the Buttermilk concert series. I need to understand the process now. We don't have a presentation from staff.
So, Rye, should we make the motion first, and before we vote on it, then discuss it?
Have public
Would that
comment.
be the proper way to,
I think the board can,
or just introduce the subject and talk about it?
I think. go
Can
ahead,
listen to the
John, if you
public
want.
comment before then making a motion?
So it may benefit the board to have a little bit of conversation prior to a motion being made, because it's unclear at this point, I think, where all of you stand. And so I think a bit of conversation, a motion, I do think, as you already committed, to hearing some public comment. I think additional conversation there, but I think it'd be beneficial to the public to hear what the board's kind of concerns and issues are, so that any public comments could be appropriately directed to those. Then the board can have come back into your own conversation, and then if a board member wants to make a motion to reconsider from there, then that can happen.
Great, thanks, John.
Okay,
Okay,
so if maybe I can be the
Steve,
one
you wanna kick it
to
off?
lead the discussion on it. For those who aren't familiar with it, on our last meeting in September, we approved kind of an informal resolution approving a two concert series put on by Belly Up, which would be on at the base of Buttermilk. Each concert, they were planning for 16,000 people at each concert. They would be on 2 different weekends in July and August, but those dates were not predetermined. That was a to be decided kind of a question. So the commissioners approved 5-0 to approve the staff work with them to do the special use permit for these events. Almost immediately when I got home, even that night, I started having second thoughts about 16,000 people being at a concert. That's like having the X Games for 2 weekends in the middle of the summer on Buttermilk is kind of the effect that would be with that number of people. And I was also uneasy about the not knowing what days that this would be on. Then almost immediately we started hearing from several different individuals contacted me with these same concerns about the size of the 16,000 figure for the concerts, and also the kind of the way it was dropped on the community without really any discussion amongst members of the community. There's always, any time in the summer when you plan any event, it's always being put on top of some other event that some other group is putting on. And I don't think that was considered at all in our discussion. The only thing I mentioned, I said, please don't put it on the last weekend in July, which is when the Carbondale Mountain Fair was, which is in Carbondale, but that would, if a whole bunch of people came to a thing here, that would take away from people going to the Carbondale Mountain Fair. So I had that concern, and I wasn't really thinking about the local groups in Aspen. So we have received a letter. It's from 7 different music and arts groups in Aspen, including the Aspen Music Festival and School, Jazz Aspen Snowmass, Aspen Art Museum, the Aspen Institute, Aspen Words, Anderson Ranch, and Aspen Film sent a joint letter expressing these concerns and the fact that it really wasn't vetted, and it has such a huge impact on the community that it should be more thoroughly discussed in a public venue. And we really didn't have any public comment, I don't believe, when we were meeting. At the end of a very long meeting, it was like an 8-hour meeting we had that day, right. And it was at the end of that whole meeting. So that's why I think it would be helpful to have a motion to reconsider this, to put it back on our agenda, not for today's meeting, but it would be at the October 23rd meeting, I believe, is when we would hold another meeting to more thoroughly discuss some of the details and the reasons for the concert, and have a more thorough discussion. I'm also concerned about the process, our special event process through community development for something this big. And they did bring it to the commissioners, but something like this, they could actually just approve it without even bringing it right. to us. I don't think they ever would, an item this big, but I think our process of special event review as it goes through ComDev maybe needs to be discussed, and we might want to make some tweaks to that part of our code.
Thanks, Steve. I see Kelly's hand up, and then I see Patty.
I just want a little bit of clarification on the process. Are there 2 action items required here? So the first action item is the decision to reconsider. And then the second action item is reviewing the permit again and either affirming our decision or changing our decision.
That'll be a question for Rod
Yeah,
or John.
Kelly, I think that what you just laid out makes the most sense to me. From what I understand, well, from a procedural standpoint, if the board does not vote to reconsider it, that is effectively the end of the matter, and the prior action of the BoCC stands. In the event that the board votes to reconsider it, I don't believe there's anything procedurally stopping you all from considering the application today if you wanted to do that. But from a practical standpoint and functionally, you don't have the staff that was in charge of presenting the application to you here to do that. I would assume the applicant would want more time to respond to issues and concerns raised by the commissioners during the reconsideration process. And just based on what I heard from Steve right now, there is, from his perspective, a desire for more information and public engagement. So I think you'd want all those things to be put into motion or put into place before an actual reconsideration of the application were to take place. Of course, that's all moot if the board decides not to reconsider the item.
God,
So
thank
yes,
you.
the short answer is two items make the most sense to me, or two actions make the most sense to me.
And the review would be on, most likely on October 23rd or
That would be my
Or after.
suggestion, would be to set it as soon as practicable, given that I assume the applicant is relying on the approval to move forward with their plans for the event, so.
So that's the soonest we can do it and the latest we should do it, is what it sounds like. Thank you. Thank you, Kelly, for that, always getting clearer. Patty?
Yes, I want to clarify. The meeting that we had on the 25th of September was publicly noticed as a public hearing, and I am sorry that many members of the public weren't aware that we had noticed a public hearing and a public meeting. We did open public comment. There was no public comment given. The chairman closed the public comment. We had a lengthy discussion with the applicant. And part of our discussion was the numbers, the timing, the 2 weekends. We also discussed the fact that, and we understood and we accepted that we understood, there were a lot of hoops the applicant had to jump through to get these things moving, these 2 events, 2 weekends moving forward, such as working with public safety, working with our special events, planning and community development to come up with traffic mitigation plans and transportation plans and public safety plans, et cetera, like we do with any big event or even small events. Sometimes we make them show that they have vetted these other issues. So the board had asked and directed staff, and maybe that's a thing we need to clarify even further, is at points where they bring back these plans in the future for the BoCC to review the plans for traffic and parking, et cetera, to see if we believe that they comply with keeping things under control. So that was part of our decision-making process. We did vote 5-0 to move it forward. And I understand that we have, and the other point really quick though, Steve's right. I think we need to bring back maybe after the first of the year, let's give everybody a break after the holidays coming up after the election. Bring back with ComDev and look at the process to see how we might want to change it to the future. Setting a number where if it's under this amount of people, it can go administratively. If it's above, we may want to do a 2-read or a 1-read public hearing and have just have a better understanding of the process and maybe tweak that, but not doing it now, not expecting staff to come back by the 23rd with a whole new plan because we just want to get it right if we're going to do that. So I'm definitely supportive of that. I am concerned about opening up an item for reconsideration because we receive public comment after the fact. I mean, that's because then the next person that comes in and didn't know we had a public hearing and wants to make comment, will they then come to the board and say, well, you open it up for this item with this event, why won't you open up and reconsider again in my case? I don't want to create that precedent to move forward. When the board makes a decision, we need to stand by it. We need to stand behind it, especially when people count on that decision and are moving forward with their actions and their time and at their expenses, their financial impact. So I think we need to be very careful in doing a reconsideration. I think the board can hear from, the applicant is here today, and I think there's some information that may be worthy. I don't know, Greg, if you want to hear from the applicant with their public comments first, or let the applicant respond to the public comments. I don't know, it's up to you, you're the chair, but I think we might be able to resolve a lot of concerns that the board had, just maybe before we make a move to, it's because you really have to think about opening something up for reconsideration. It can't be done lightly, and I'm sorry, I really am sorry that people weren't aware of this to put public comment in at the time of our public hearing. And I hope people understand that if we start opening this up every time someone goes, I didn't read the paper, I didn't know you had a public meeting, what is that going to do to the board's decisions in the long run? Pickens County Board of Commissioners, I believe, needs to stand behind their decisions unless something very dramatic was to come up that was really changed from either the applicant side or the board side to open up. I've been on the board for 22 years, and I think we've maybe done this once or twice in my time that I've been sitting here. And I don't remember the circumstances, but we don't take it lightly, and we should not take it lightly. So, Greg, I will ask you what public, if you want to hear from belly up first to see what they might have to help clarify some things. It's up to you, but thank you.
Thank you. I'll wait to, do you have any
I
comments?
just have a short comment to make. I'm sorry I didn't notice. I remember now seeing that, and I didn't notice the tiny little thing that said 16,000. So I was not as well prepared for that meeting as I should have been. I also could not get to Aspen that day because of traffic issues, even though I tried. Spent an hour and a half on the road, never made it to Aspen. So I did attend the meeting. I couldn't see anybody's face or anything. If you guys have watched online, you know how hard it is to see the speakers. And so I do appreciate another chance to talk about it. I don't know about overturning it, but I do appreciate a chance to talk about it again. I think 16,000 people at one concert at Buttermilk is too many. And but I don't really know if it's my place to make that decision, whether or not they should have 16,000 people there or not. So I look forward to hearing from the public, and don't know where I'll go if it ever comes to a vote again. But I just wanted to apologize for not reading the packet more carefully that week.
Great, thank you, Francie, and I'll apologize to everybody as well. I definitely felt that, I was unprepared, whether that it was on me, or I think also we have, I'm going to say, an unprecedented process. It's not often that we do this, and I think the precedent that Patty's talking about, it's a really important point, and I agree with you on pretty much all of it. I think this is almost unprecedented only because we don't usually have an event this significant, this large, go through an administrative approval, and then I don't recall if it happened before. I don't remember.
John to see, because
Yeah. So it seems pretty rare to me, and I think, and I agree with you that this is a process we need to fix. If I can say, I do think, I want to share with everyone that I think this is an appropriate conversation because it includes growth conversations, it includes impacts of a fairly significant crowd that we don't normally see on a regular basis, certainly not in the summertime in one venue of significant size. And I think it merits public input. And I think at the end of the day, I have to say, I'm not going to discriminate about concert size. People know my feelings about large crowds, especially when we're talking all the time about growth and traffic and all the other impacts we have on the community. But what this is about is being good neighbors. It's making sure everybody knows what's happening and jostling to make it all fit, so we can all run this incredible mecca for people in a way that both the residents and the visitors enjoy it, and that really requires public input, and so that we didn't have that last week, I think was pretty worrisome for me. So with that, I'm going to go into.
can we just, John,
Did you want to add something, John?
venues that we might have?
So this isn't a terribly new process. I think we've used the process of administrative review with the discretion of the community development director to bring larger special events to the board for consideration, the fashion that we've used this one for a number of years. I definitely as long as I've been here. And so that's not new. I think maybe what is different is that we've had some events that have been gone through a lot of repetition in that time. And so, for example, X Games, which is also conducted at this site, goes through this same process, but y'all are used to seeing that, and it's an established event versus being a new event. But the process itself is not new or unprecedented. We don't generally have necessarily events of this size that are new and being proposed. And so I just wanted to clarify that there's nothing new in this process, really.
Great, thank you, other than the size of the crowd.
Well, we have had events. We have had events that are around this size. X Games has exceeded these numbers in the past. I don't know if more recently that's the case. We don't have those numbers, but we have used this process to approve events of this size in the past.
Steve?
I just wanted to clarify for the public's benefit what the reconsideration process is. An item that we approved or denied at one of our regular meetings, the last being on September 25th, the only time that item can be reconsidered by the board is at the next regular meeting, which is today. If we waited till October 23rd and brought it up, it would be too late, because it has to be, the motion to reconsider has to be on the next regular meeting. So that's why today we brought that up, to have this discussion about whether to reconsider or not. So, and it also, the motion needs to be brought up by someone who voted affirmatively for the previous motion. So
Which
that's
we all did.
that's
It
kind
was
of
a
the two
5-0.
rules. We all understand that, but the members of the public might not.
Hey, could I just add real quick with something? And I think the public needs to know that then the next, and Suzanne Wolf is here from Community Development, and help me, but at the next review process, it still has to go back through Community Development and through the Sheriff's Office. Those two are the next reviewing bodies to look at this, the activities that go on and all the planning and all the management of crowds and traffic. Isn't that correct? Suzanne? Can I look at Suzanne, Greg?
Thanks. Yes, that's correct. I mean, the way we've done the permitting is I sign off and the undersheriff signs off as well once all of the elements have been reviewed and approved. So the sheriff, obviously, for all of the public safety aspects, is doing that final sign off, and then me for, kind of the rest of the elements in terms of supporting that event. But again, those are, kind of making sure all of those safety plans and all of that stuff is in place, which is a lot of the detail. Again, when we came to you last time explaining, those plans are still being, formulated, reviewed. Those will still be going through that process before a permit would actually be issued, farther down the road once all of that has been finalized. Is that?
Right, and I think we also asked that the IMT, which is the Incident Management Team, have an opportunity to look at this, and hopefully we'll set up some kind of incident management center as we do with X Games. It's a great training opportunity for staff and for responders to get to know each other and to see how the things work in light of a large event. So that's a benefit to the community when we have large events, that we kind of do a tabletop, real-life kind of combo training for those folks that then create face-to-face relationships. So if we do have a really live emergency event, we have some communication already established, which I think is a bonus. But
Thank you, Patty.
yeah.
Okay, I'm going to open this up to comment. Show of hands. I'm not going to try to favor to see who goes first or last. Honestly, I just want to get through this. But I think everyone will have a chance to be heard. I saw a hand up over here. Crystal, thank you. That's the first hand up. Come on up. You'll have to come up to the microphone.
And we're doing 3 minutes.
And we're going to do 3 minutes each. Thank you.
Hi, Crystal.
Crystal Logan. Can you hear me? Okay.
Is the red light on your mic?
No.
And you just, that only goes for grassroots, so you have to speak up so the
You have
room
to-
can
yeah,
hear
just-
you.
So now
You
it's
have to
good.
project for
Okay.
us. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. Crystal Logan, I'm the elected board member on the Aspen Chamber Board representing the arts and culture nonprofits. And I want to just note for the record that Theater Aspen wanted to be on that letter, but they were accidentally omitted, so you can add Jed Bernstein, Theater Aspen, to that letter. A lot of my comments have already been stated today. Our main concern was just the approval process for this. We aren't against new events or competition. We're really careful to coordinate events so that we don't step on other organizations' large signature events. So as you said, we have competition every day. There's an event going on every day. We don't expect there to be, you know, concessions made for all of that. We just want to make sure that we know when there are going to be very large events that we need to steer around, or you know, for the sake of, you know, capacity of hotel rooms or our audience. Oftentimes our audience is the same audience that goes to all of the events, and they get angry with us when we plan events on top of other events that they want to attend. So I would say that what alarmed us was the fact that it might be multiple events in the summer. It might be events that could pop up at the relative last minute that we wouldn't be able to steer around. And we were concerned about potential for an event hurting an upcoming event, another large signature event. So I would say that I'm confident that we can work through this with Michael Goldberg. He obviously cares about this community. But out in the future, if there was an outside organization that wanted to do something like this and went through the approval process, they may not care if they're cannibalizing a local event. So I would just hope that we would put a more robust community outreach strategy, or actively seek input from the community or other organizations before something is approved. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Crystal.
Thank you, Crystal. Appreciate it. Okay, Bill Sterling.
Is this speaker, this one all right too?
If the light's on, it is. And we received a letter, and I think that's in our, if it's not in the packet, it's in the public record, that there was a letter from you as well?
Yes.
Is that right? Thank you.
And thank you, Bill.
Go ahead.
On the ageism day, I did, Steve, dye my hair white before I came in. I want to thank you all for possibly reconsidering at this time, and I hope that you read my letter that I sent. And the summer economy is so set and carefully planned and coordinated with events hosted mostly by very key nonprofit groups. But as has already been mentioned today, there are other events up and down the Roaring Fork Valley that are significant, as Steve pointed out, and they're really valley-wide events. These two new proposed events would be quite substantial and would be kind of a game changer in terms of how it works now. And I think that any event of this size should be scrutinized and vetted very, very carefully. And it did come as kind of a surprise, Patty. You make some good points about that, about how you follow that without any other pre-information about it. You have to pick it up in the agenda, and not everybody is so tuned in that they do it. So they really didn't have a chance to speak, and now you're giving them a chance to speak, which I think is good. You might want to set up some rules and regulations about a process for such large and special events going forward. It sounds like what that, Patty, you've already suggested that happen, because then we'll have a system that doesn't surprise people, but you know, the public didn't get a chance to speak before. So I hope you'll seriously consider the ramifications of this, and understand the size and scope of it, and vote to consider it publicly again on the 23rd of October. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you, Bill. Okay, hands up. Anybody else on this side? And hands up from anybody. Okay, the woman in the back, if that's, or Jim, whoever gets here first.
Somebody.
Somebody, anybody. Thanks for coming in, Jim.
That red button's on, that means I'm good?
If the light's on, yep, you're good to go.
Okay. Thanks very much for giving us a little bit of time here. I know our time is limited. We wish that this entire process had happened months ago. I'm just going to say a few things. First of all, a little history. JAS organized, and that's me back in
Sorry, Jim Horowitz. Sorry.
You need
Just
to take
announce
your
sorry,
yourself.
for the record, Jim Horowitz,
Thank you.
founder,
Sorry.
president, and CEO of JAS, founded in 1991 in the music tent before it had another name in Aspen. Very important note here to understand how JAS grew is that we built 2 signature events. And I was there when they started, and it was very important that when June first started, I looked at the calendar, this is 30 years ago, and I saw a hole in June, right after Food and Wine, and right before the Aspen Music Festival. It has grown very substantially since then, although it's moved to many different locations, including, by the way, in recent years at Belly Up, where we host the biggest bands that we have in June. Later, when Labor Day came along, the idea of it, which started in 1995 at the Coney Glade Amphitheater, again, looked at the calendar, was like, well, there's one place in the summer that this could grow, Labor Day. I think that time has borne out that this has worked well, and our relationship with other not-for-profit organizations is foundational to that. We get along. We try. We do our best, even though we're all competing at the end of the day for the same, somewhat similar crossover audiences, sponsors, venues, tickets, you name it. Okay, an event of this magnitude, as has been said, deserves a lot more community input. High season in summer, you've heard, we all know what the challenges are. Traffic, congestion, competition for infrastructure. Infrastructure includes all the things that we need to make an event happen. And we've been doing it for 30 years, and we're up to 10,000 people. That's as far as we're going. It's a big, big thing to organize. Given that occupancy in summer is at 75%, we do not understand how any event to be planning or hoping to get to 16,000 people has an answer. We don't. This is not an event that has 4,000 parking places or thousands of rooms. We don't understand how any event, forget about us, forget about music, forget about anything. We're concerned by that as citizens. It's not even about us. Give a good example. JAS has endured 2, not 1, but 2 mandatory site evacuations in the last 6 years due to storms. I can tell you that the first one with Lionel Richie in 2018, 10,000 people had to leave the site, and they went on to Brush Creek Road. Try and imagine an evacuation in midsummer, 16,000 people off Buttermilk, and now you're going to have to send them where, to Highway 82? It's a bit scary. The beauty of Aspen, in our opinion, the magic is its scale. That's what makes this place special. It does not look like where we are back home, where we have venues that are giant. Everything here is scaled. It's not like a metro area. Look at Food and Wine. Look at our Crush. Look at JAS June. Look at Aspen Ideas, and ask the citizens of the Roaring Fork Valley if they want 3, 4, or 5 weekends of music at Buttermilk, as the applicant has suggested, before it's approved. Our only point here, we are not against music, more music at Buttermilk. Let me be very, very clear. That is not why we're here. We have talked about this for years, as you may know. JAS approached the ski company in 2003 after our Dillon experience at Buttermilk, and we said, please, can we move to Buttermilk? That's where we can grow. Ski company, for many reasons, and we actually agreed at the time, although we wanted to move, said, you know what, Snowmass is your home. Snowmass is where you can help the valley. Stick in Snowmass.
Hey, Jim, we're running out of time here.
Okay. I'm going to say one more very important thing, which I would like to say. Here's what we can live with, okay? We are fine with an event that happens if the citizens, the community, the BoCC, and everyone thinks it's a great idea. It's not our decision, but we have 2 things that we feel they're threatening to us, to our foundation. The first is that the genres of music that we would present at an event which has roving dates has to be secured, has to be particular. There is an event, a wonderful event that Belly Up does called the Palm Tree Festival. It was supposed to be in the summer, then it moved to the winter. It's a very good brand. We have no issue with the Palm Tree Festival anytime, none. but we do think that now we understand that unfortunately, both Belly Up and JAS are identifying similar artists for our next festival. So we are now deathly concerned that we are competing. We're going to have to compete. We don't want to compete. We want to get along. But that, especially in August, is a pretty threatening and dangerous and scary thing. So, am I done?
Yeah, we got to wrap it up. Yeah, sorry, just in fairness.
What about page 2?
Yeah, well, you can.
I did
send that.
rehearse. Everyone tells me I talk too long.
You
Sorry.
could send that to us.
Can I come back? No, it's over. Somebody else.
But thank you. I just want to be fair to everyone.
Thanks, Greg.
Okay, hands up. Anybody? Okay. Hi, please tell us your name just to get, so we know.
Yeah, my name's Andrea Beard. I'm the COO of Jazz Aspen Snowmass. I've been with the organization for 21 years now. I will say, and I appreciate your comment about knowing about what's on the agenda. We did not know. And I'll echo what Crystal said. The arts organizations are very good about communicating with each other when we have big events coming up and making sure that we're not stepping on any toes. And I feel like we've always had really good communication with Belly Up as well, but on this one we were completely blindsided. We were not aware that this was coming up, and shame on us for not looking at that schedule, but we didn't. You know, I know ACRA showed their support here last week, and I think that's great. However, I think they were under the impression that we were aware of the event. They had been told that we were aware of the event, and that was part of the reason, you know, that the recommendation came from them, and we weren't. So I just wanted to clarify that too. My biggest concern, and Jim said it, we're happy for more music in this valley. I think it's a great thing. We're happy for Belly Up to do a festival in the summer if that's what they want to do. We are more concerned about the genres and about the dates, and that we, you know, are working together on that. And as Jim mentioned, we have heard that some of the genres that they are looking at do match exactly what we're doing, and that's kind of what we want to hope to avoid. And I'll tell you, my personal biggest concern about those genres being the same and us possibly competing versus working together as when I look at our music education programs. We've put over $10 million into the music education in this valley since 1993. That's programs from Aspen to Parachute. We have reached thousands and thousands of students during that time. The biggest revenue driver for those programs is our Labor Day Festival. And if we are now competing for audience and competing for artists, I fear you would see huge decreases in what we're able to do. And with that competition, it's not just hurting JAS, it's hurting the students, the families, the teachers that we're supporting. And we want to continue to be able to give that level of support and increase it. But competition, though good, for a for-profit versus a nonprofit, that's fearful to me, and I don't want to see that happen, because when I look at my job, having been here 21 years, that's the most important part of it. And when I know where the revenue's coming from, I don't want to see that happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for being succinct. Wow. Hands up, comments, questions? Anyone else here? Michael in the back. Come on down. Nice to see you again. Sorry to bring you back.
Sorry to be here. Michael Goldberg with, in this instance, Belly Up Concerts. So I want to, first of all, tell you how I felt that I left here last time. And what I felt like I had was approval for a permit that was subject only to our completion of all of the requirements of a of a special events permit. The history here is that in July of this year, we went to the Community Development Board director for a special events permit. We were told that likely we would be in front of you all for final approval or advisement. We mentioned to you during that meeting a couple weeks ago that we had a signed contract subject only to our approval of a permit, which we knew meant that we had to jump through X number of hoops, but that provided that we did that, our understanding was that on a 5-0 vote, you voted to approve that permit, provided that we did meet the requirements of that permit. We're in the process of that. Just by way of example, and partly that it, at least to some people, shouldn't be a surprise, is there are 20 different, there's a list of 20 different organizations and departments that we were given. We reached out to all 20 of those, including community groups, neighborhood groups from surrounding Buttermilk. We heard from 13 of those. We've had meetings, multiple meetings with most of those departments and the community surrounding Buttermilk. And so far, we haven't had any hoop that we felt like we weren't going to be able to jump through. So it's disconcerting to me, and here we're talking about process again, that the reliance we made was on a 5-0 vote, that we had a permit provided we do the things that we said that we would do, and the other requirement was that we check in with you periodically to give you a progress report. So at least from our perspective, this shouldn't have been a surprise. I know that Jim says he was blindsided by this, but when Jim, I have a different story, and when Jim met with SKICO after the Labor Day Festival last year, and the decision was given that they would not move to Buttermilk. SKICO tells me that they told Jim then that they would be moving forward looking at this with another organization. And Jim, about 2 weeks later, was at a concert at Belly Up and asked me, "What are you going to do with Buttermilk?" And I told him what we were going to do with Buttermilk. I didn't give him a specific in terms of the number of concerts, in terms of the specific concerts, but I did certainly give him the courtesy of telling him that we were going to do large concerts in the similar light of what we've been doing at Belly Up for the last almost 20 years, averaging 200 to 250 concerts a year. I want to talk about size.
Okay, I'm going to give you another minute or two. It's just to be fair.
Yeah, I want to talk about size.
Go ahead.
In 2018, the X Games had a capacity, an attendance of 43,000 people, 43,500 people in 2019. This is not on all 3 days. This is the highest day of those 3 dates. I'm going to do it again. 43,018, 43,519, and in 2020, on Saturday night, they had 49,500 people. 16,000 is a far cry from below these. And I know, Greg, you and I have talked about whether or not you ever approved something that was above 16,000. The answer is clearly yes, you have. As it relates to the specific timing, I also thought that I had mentioned that the weekend of August 7th, 8th, and 9th was the weekend that we had honed in on this particular obligation that we have. That hasn't changed. I can tell you that we had intended to go for 2 concerts this year. I don't have any problem with saying we'll stay with 1 concert next year. We'll stay with a request for that weekend for next year, even though that impacts us from a financial point of view in terms of the economies of scale. As it relates to understanding what it requires to execute that, the team that we've hired, the same team that we've had with Palm Tree for the last 2 years, is a team that did all of the productions for the X Games. So they're well-versed on what Buttermilk is. They're well-versed on what a crowd of 49,000 is, and we've signed a long-term contract with them. So we're not conflicting with Art Crush. We're not conflicting with Ideas Fest. We're not conflicting with the closing weekend of Music Festival and School. We're not conflicting with Jazz Aspen in June, and we're 3 weeks before Jazz Aspen in over Labor Day weekend. As it relates to similar artists, that's the world of music. Some people are going to play jazz, and some people are going to go after EDM, and some people are going to go for rock, and some people are going to go after all of those. And I would say, I'll finish with this, that Jazz Aspen has a pretty good history of going after all of those. I wouldn't anticipate me going to them and saying you can't do this any more than I would want them to come to me and say I can't play this artist or that artist.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And thanks for the clarifications.
If I could ask what date, I mean, you mentioned a date.
August 7th, 8th, and 9th.
So the first weekend in August?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now,
Well, that's the
After.
7th, 8th, and 9th. I guess that'd be a second weekend.
The second week.
I was just concerned because I thought we had a 6-week window you were considering, and there wasn't a specific date.
Since our meeting on the 25th, they have set a date. It's my understanding. Is
Then
that correct?
did you also set a date in July for the first concert?
Well,
Or what's your plan right now?
we had a second date in July that we were looking at, but what's happened is time has passed, and what we were looking at didn't happen, and we wanted to make certain commitments to the people with which, including Skico and including the company that we hired for the production side, and so we're fine with going with just one weekend, and I would ask that you consider the fact that this would be, I mean, we would look at this as a trial. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, if we have issues, we would do what we did with Palm Tree. We'd try and fix those issues. Or if it didn't work because we only got half the capacity, half the attendance, we might look at it from a different perspective. But certainly there were things that Palm Tree improved on after the first year. When we did the second year, I would anticipate that would happen here. But if it was an abject failure for the community as a whole, I think we'd pay attention to that.
Great. Thank you for that.
Just one more point of clarification. So one trial event weekend, what about numbers? Are we thinking any difference in numbers? Or do we have any ballparks?
I'm trying to be collaborative. I would say that I don't think 16, when you consider the times that there have been over 40,000 people there on a day, I don't think 16 is an issue. I'd rather keep it at 16. If you want me to limit it to, say, 13,000 for the first time that I try this, I'm willing to do that. Below that, it has really negative financial implications.
I have a question about those numbers, because Valerie told us the other day, I thought, that their highest accumulation for all their days was 55,000.
That was over 3 days in one of their low seasons.
It was over 3 days, exactly. So that's not 43
But there was
days.
a date back in 2018 where they had exceptional numbers running in the 40s for a couple of years on one day.
Well, are you talking about the numbers at Buttermilk?
For X
Yeah,
Games.
no, they just clarified it for me. So.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Right. I mean, for what it's worth, in 2019, the first day was 22,000, the second day was 43,000, the third day was 43,000. That was 19.
Great.
A lot of people.
Thanks for the clarification. That was a lot of people. I don't aspire to seeing that again. I'll share that with you. But I've got to entertain other comments, and we're going to play it by ear here, but I want to hear from other people.
Thank you,
Okay?
Michael.
Thank you. Other commenters?
I'm sorry. My son is telling me that I may have set a date incorrectly. August
And he can
8th,
come up.
9th, and 10th.
David, you can come up. You're welcome.
That's right, everybody's been date confused these days.
Okay. Do we have other people who want to make a comment? I want to make sure we hear from everybody. This is the whole point. So come on up, sir. You have to tell us your name. Thanks.
I am Rick Crandall. I'm past chairman of Jazz Aspen, current board member of Jazz Aspen. The primary comment that I wanted to make is that when we have been considering when to do jazz events, we just stayed clear of the midsummer. It is X Games does not compare when it's held with what happens in midsummer. The level of capacity that we're at, the impact that it has, and it's really that concern that I see and I've heard about just in the last couple of days as more people have become aware of what this is. That's the reason that I'm here to advocate that we reopen, and purely for the purpose of discussing what the impact is on community, as well as the impact on all the nonprofits in town that have spoken. And the timing is, I think, a critical issue. It's been mentioned before, but to me, that is the biggest issue as to its impact on this town. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. Thanks for coming up. Okay. Any? I see Tony and then David. Or
Okay, thank you. Hi, for the record, my name is Tony Kronberg, and I would be remiss if I did not bring this point up. But I have worked security at all of these events for the last 30 years. And my job has been parking, transportation, getting people on the buses, off the buses, preventing them from crossing Highway 82, safety issues, a lot of security issues also. As I said, I would be remiss if I did not bring this up. Whenever a special permit comes before you, one of the big driving forces is transportation. How are we going to get people to the event? How are we going to get them out of the event? What happens if we have some kind of emergency and we have to have a mass exodus? Earlier today during public comment, I brought up the idea about the Aspen Highway 82 Sky Cab that runs parallel with Highway 82 and goes to both Jazz Aspen events, the proposed event for Belly Up at Buttermilk, and the X Games. In 2020, according to Statistica, which keeps track of the statistics for the X Games, there were 1,011 people, 500,000. Did I say that right? 100,000, 500,000. And that was in 2020.
500,000 people?
No, 100,000. Well, let's say 100,000 people, a little bit more than that. And but if there was a gondola, the stats on it is that you'd have 60 buses every hour, one bus a minute, and that one bus a minute would transport 40 people. There's no way in hell we can get 40 buses out of 60 buses out of any of those venues in an hour. And that's one of the driving forces for me to be so persistent and trying to get the Aspen Sky Cab at least looked at for the first part of the feasibility study to see if we still have a viable corridor. That translates to 2,400 people that if we have to evacuate them quickly, we can, and we can get them back and forth, and we don't have all the gas-guzzling buses going back and forth. But anyway, I just needed to put that little pitch there because it's perfect timing.
Thanks, Tony. I appreciate you.
Okay, but thank you so much.
Sliding another one in. Thank you. David, come on up. Thanks for coming back.
I'll try to be brief. David Goldberg, Belly Up Concerts. I want to just add on to the conversation about genres. There's always going to be a cross-utilization, I guess is the term I would use, versus competition of genres from one entity to another. That's seen on a small level, that's seen on a big level. We constantly have had artists who have played Belly Up, play Jazz Aspen, play at the Wheeler, play at Snow Lodge, play at other locations in town, play for the Ski Co, and vice versa, some of which have played us first, some of which have played them first. I would argue that the winner in that situation is the community, because I think one thing that we're like-minded in, well, several things, but one of the things that we are like-minded in is trying to bring the best talent to this town that we possibly can. I don't think that there's any denying that from either of our sides. So the idea of not being able to do a specific genre when they've been very successful in having almost every genre, including EDM, I don't know how anybody could exist with that parameter. That additionally goes on to anything that happens in town as well, too. We've had numerous people come into Aspen on a smaller scale. Again, I understand that this is the county, but numerous entities have come into Aspen over our tenure of 20 years, some of which are still here. We found ways to collaborate with them. We collaborate with the Wheeler Opera House. We collaborate with the Aspen Ski Company. We collaborate with Snow Lodge. We book artists together. I book sometimes for them. They sometimes put things for us. There's no reason that competition should be viewed solely as competition. The very much reality of this is that makes a better product for everybody who loves music. and loves live music. The other side to that, again, is the collaboration. We're able to share resources. We're able to make better deals, which at the end of the day trickles down to the consumer. If you're competing and solely competing, that's only going to go in a negative fashion to the consumer. But if you can collaborate together, which I think that we can say that we have with the Wheeler and the other entities I've mentioned, that brings the price down for the consumer because we're able to look at things from that level. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Thanks, David. Appreciate that. Okay, I still have comment open. I don't know if anyone is online who wants to comment, but I'll check, and then I'm going to bring it back to the room. So if you're thinking of making a comment, this is your chance. I don't see any hands up. I do see people
Look on
there.
the attendees.
*9 to raise your hand.
Oh, those are the attendees.
That's them. I don't see.
Can I ask a question?
He needs to come up.
Yeah, you have to come up. You have to come up. And yes, you can. Because you are a principal, and I want to make sure that everybody feels heard today. And
okay, just to clarify, we like Belly Up. We love them. We've worked with them for years. David and all, with all due respect, we've never had an EDM band ever. Just not what we did.
What is
You guys
EDM?
are electronic dance music. It's electronic EDM.
And what does it stand for?
Electronic dance music. It's much easier. Everything that David said is right on, spot on. There's only one little issue for us. We don't agree that another outdoor music festival, which is 60% bigger than ours, and wants to sell tickets for 50% discounts to anyone who lives in the valley is 3 weeks in front of us is not quite a threat, unless it's just different. And we're great for different. But this date combined with we can all do whatever music we do is, we don't think that's quite fair. We don't have the ability as JAS to wait and look at different dates. We got one date, and I will tell you, we lose 8 out of 10 headliners every year because they don't want to work on Labor Day weekend. So if now something's dropped a few weeks in front of us, we all need the same pool. It's not getting filled without a lot of local people. We just don't disagree that this is okay. That's all.
okay, thanks, Jim. I'm going to close this down. Is it Danny? Yeah. Come on down. Thanks for coming.
Danny Goldberg, Belly Up Concerts. One point I just want to make is we plan on being different. We plan on not competing. We plan on doing things our way, doing things the way that we like to do them. For infrastructure, hospitality, all those different things. Going back to the comment of not doing electronic dance music, Girl Talk is an act. It is an electronic dance music act. They have done DJ sets. They have done DJ sets in Belly Up, so I do want to clarify that. That's it.
And we know you guys are different.
I think I understood. Thank you.
Girl Talk, you know.
Okay.
That's us.
All right. I'm going to bring it back to the board now. But I did see some other hands up, but they didn't. Did you, Suzanne? Susan, was your hand up? Okay. Okay. I saw your hand up twice. Okay. Oh, you're here to talk about something else. Somebody in the back. Come on down.
Okay, I wasn't really prepared to speak, but I just feel like I should comment.
Tell me your name.
I'm on the board of ACRA. I'm also on the board of Jazz Aspen. Carrie Coleman. I agree with a lot of the comments that have been said here today, in particular with Andrea's comments regarding Jazz Aspen being a nonprofit and what we provide to the community, which is, educational programs for the kids. We are a nonprofit. And we live in a community where we have to work with others. We don't live in isolation. And I just really feel like the approval process maybe could be improved. And also when you're looking at nonprofits that come in, just hoping that they would be willing to work with, the for-profit companies, just, appreciating the fact that they would work with the nonprofits that are already providing different things to this community. So I love Belly Up. I love going there. My kids love going there. I love the music there. I also love Jazz Aspen. I just think that we need to work as a community to make sure that we aren't stepping on each other's toes, that we aren't putting the nonprofits out of business with the for-profit. And I'm not saying that this will, but I just would hope that we would work together and not in isolation.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I'm hoping to see you all get together and have a a conference about this and
I
sort
was
it
gonna
out.
say concert.
This
I was
isn't,
gonna
this
say
shouldn't be
please.
us doing this. Sir, come on over. Thanks.
Good afternoon, of course it is. Austin Stewart, I'm the new Vice President for Advancement at the Aspen Music Festival and School. I spent 6 glorious summers here as a student, as a music festival student, which absolutely drew me back here. Into
Which
my
instrument?
I was an opera singer.
Wow.
Okay.
There you go.
We've
I'm
got
gonna
to
get
introduce you
you
to
together
our...
with our undersheriff.
There you go. Always happy for a jam session. So very new to the community, new to this conversation. Truthfully, yesterday morning, in a correspondence with Alan Fletcher, our president and CEO, was the first time that, even I, as sort of now one of the main faces of the music festival year-round here in the community, so very new to the discussion and a little bit surprised that we've reached with you all, with the BoCC, and with our partners across the community, this public of a forum for this significant and sizable of a consideration. So I think I have done public service many, many years as well. I respect the diligence that you must undertake. I would note the considerable discussion about procedural concern with respect to this permit, and also that not one but multiple commissioners have already discussed and on the record divulged that they had not properly read the consent or reviewed the consent agenda at the previous meeting. So I'm not going to comment necessarily on the relationship between Jazz Aspen Snowmass, the music festival, our list of 7 nonprofits, Belly Up. We are nonprofit organizations. We received that designation from the federal government because there is a public need that is not being met by publicly available funds. That is why we received that 501c3 designation. Our organization has received it for 75 years, as has the Institute. Our peers in the room have been very integral to this conversation in this community for just as long. So without commenting on this specific topic, I think that as a newcomer to the community, I would say that I'm a little disappointed in where we are with this process, and that administrative-wise, BoCC-wise, we're not really in a great place with for-profit and not-for-profit collaboration because of some pretty radical oversights, I think, in how this was administered. So that would be the public comment. Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you.
Nothing like coming out of the barn like that. But I look forward to continued collaboration, and let's just do our best to be a community, be collaborators, and we are in this together. Rising ship, many boats. So rising ocean, many boats. So we're in it, and we thank you for your consideration.
Mr. Stewart, thank you for coming down. Nice to meet you. Go talk to Alex Burchetta, the Sheriff's Office. Okay, last call on comments or questions. I don't see any, and so I'm bringing it back to the board. And thank you for indulging the amount of time we've taken here today. I think it's important.
Yeah, John, I'm going to look at you for some clarification again. And so everyone knows, especially being new to our community, Pickens County does not do a lot with arts and culture. Our nonprofits, do we fund them through our Healthy Community Fund, Arts and Culture? And that was by voter approval. The people voted on the Pickens County Healthy Community Fund with specific categories that we help fund. Arts and culture has pretty much been in the hands of the city of Aspen, not in the hands of Pickens County. So there was really no oversight. It's just not in our view plane. That doesn't mean in the future with special events, we can't bring that into the process to bring them in. I'm saying in the future. Hindsight is great, but for me, I think bringing this up again, to have it reviewed again, we heard great comment today, which I appreciate, has given us, I think, a lot of working points to go through and how this process works in the future, which I think is very beneficial. I don't know if we vote to reconsider, we're going to hear more, because you had a great turnout again, which I truly appreciate. But I think we need to see how this event works and how, how emergency management and ComDev feel the process is going with bringing it back to the BoCC, which we don't usually ask for. We, in this case, have asked for that. I also want to note we did ask for public benefit as part of this event, which would be some kind of wildfire education program, public service announcement kind of booth. So, because it's in the height of our wildfire season, which is year-round, as we know now.
You asked for that? I've never heard about that.
You were at the meeting, and I specifically asked, and Belly Up specifically said that's a great idea.
Okay, you were just making suggestions. Okay, got it. Thank
And they said it was a great idea, and they're going to involve it, I think, in their process, because I think it's a perfect place to educate the public, perfect time of year. But I think the arts and culture now needs to be a notification process that when we have an event that involves, special event that has specific arts and culture nonprofit implications, we need to bring them in as part of the comment process before the permitting gets moved along. And I think
Thanks,
that's
Betty.
a great idea.
Yeah, that's what I would like to see is, as the outcome of this, is that we have a sort of a different way of looking at events of this size when they occur in the county, because we are responsible for what happens in the county in terms of traffic and noise and disruptions and everything else. I'm certainly not going to get into a genre discussion. I think that's way outside our bailiwick. And you guys will have to work that out. That is, the entertainment business is not the government business, and I'm not even going to comment on it. So, obviously, you can tell I would have no way to comment on it, since I didn't even know what EDM is. So.
I didn't either, but now we
I
know.
do now, though. So, yeah, I'm really glad we brought this back, and I think it actually speaks to our sense of responsibility to our community, that we did bring it back so that the public could come in and talk to us. And so perhaps our haste in approving it last time has been rectified by having the public come in. I certainly would want to look at another opportunity like this with a little bit more diligence than we did this time. So thank you.
Thank you, Francie. Steve.
So having heard all the comments that we heard today, and I appreciate everybody's comments, it helped enlighten us a bunch. I really wish that on September 25th that we had moved to continue the item, which would have been to today's meeting, and then have the continued item decided today, would have been a better choice for us to do on at the end of about an 8-hour meeting on September 25th, when we were all tired and wanting to get home. We should have continued the item then, but we didn't. A lesson learned there. I don't know that there would be that much more to be gained by reconsidering it and having another meeting on October 23rd. I think the statements that Michael made, the fact that you're going to do just one concert, I think I would rather if a concert were not 3 weeks away from jazz, Labor Day, if it were more in the middle of July or something, would maybe be better. But that's something that you and all the different arts groups need to look at the calendar really carefully next year and make sure. I think it would be good to have one signature date that you land on and have that be a date if you wanted to do the concert in a future year. So that's just something for going into next year. At this point, 16,000 still seems a lot to me, but point well taken. And I did mention it in our earlier meeting, but there had been bigger crowds at the X Games already. So that's one thing that convinced me that the 16,000 number was okay. So I view this as an experiment this year, and I'm willing to have it go forward on the date you planned and with, as you presented it before. All the points that everyone has made being well taken and helping out, that will help us going forward in future years and for this and other events to make them better and have the process be better.
Thank you, Steve. Kelly, I didn't see your hand up. Do you want to make a comment?
Sure. Yeah, I'm amenable to a motion to reconsider. And my goals with that would be just to further along the opportunity for public comment, to perhaps refine any conditions that come out of what we've heard today or what we may hear again. I'm not sure it would compel me to change my approval. I still think I'm supportive of Billy trying this and seeing how it goes and seeing what we can learn from it. That isn't to say that we could perhaps make our approval tighter. So that's a little bit where I'm at with that. I think we would need to give clear direction to everyone, all the stakeholders interested, and staff about what we would want to address if we take this up for reconsideration in a future meeting.
Thank you. Okay. I certainly would like to figure out how to create an environment where this doesn't happen, or it doesn't happen again. And I'm, I would love it if a condition of approvals would actually be to collaborate and coordinate with the community through some mechanism that is fair and might not include us, ideally. And I guess that's going to be on the arts community themselves to figure out how to do that, and I think we'll help if we can. I would like to entertain a motion at this point to move forward in one way or another, and I'm not sure.
I don't think we need to make a motion to not reconsider, do we?
We don't have to have a motion. The only action that's on the table is to reconsider the application. If one of the commissioners wants to do that, they'll need to, or I'm sorry, to reconsider the application. So if you want to do that, you'll need a motion and a second. If it dies for either lack of a motion or lack of a second, then that is it.
Before we do that, I would just like to say one other thing. I think one of the differences, Mr. Goldberg, is that the other events that we're used to and we've had around for a long time are obviously more comfortable to us because there is a specific date. So it's not like a surprise to everybody in the community that, oh my gosh, we have this new huge event, and when is it going to be? The fact that we didn't know when it's going to be, now that we know when it's going to be, it's a little bit different. So I think one thing that might make an enterprise of this scope a little bit more amenable to the other arts institutions and also to our board is if we have a set date every year. I'm not saying you have to do that. I'm just saying that perhaps if you work that out in conversation with the other providers of concerts, that maybe that would make the whole road a little bit smoother for everybody. So that's one thing I would like the whole art community to consider is what does the whole layout of the summer look like and so on, and can we fit into that comfortably? So I just wanted to add that. I'm not going to change my vote probably at this point to reconsider, because I think now that they've made the commitment to one concert this year as a trial and we have a specific date that doesn't directly conflict with the other concert experiences, that I'd probably stay with my original vote, just so you guys know.
Great, thank you.
So I thought of a motion we could make that would end the discussion.
Can I make a comment first?
So I will make a motion
Still comment.
to postpone this reconsideration thing indefinitely.
Until we hear more information coming back.
No,
you mean?
the postponing it indefinitely,
That's not, I don't think
it dies then.
I think
Then
it'd
we
be a
don't.
motion to table it.
I think we just don't make a motion.
Or we don't make a motion.
But I have a comment that I would like to. It's my understanding that there's this date in August doesn't have any other major conflicting events. And the other issue, which I think is terrific, But the other issue is that another concern on the county side of things is that we don't really do anything with like the arts things in town, the events. The Jazz Aspen is in Snowmass. The Theater in the Park is in Aspen. So we are way out of that loop. So, our calendars don't reflect what's happening on the city side of approving things. So this is an opportunity, as Francis was saying, for maybe some of those events that go on outside of the purview of the city, which is a conflict for the county, who we don't communicate on that. So to create a process of communication amongst nonprofits, profits, and events that are being held in the city and outside of the city limits or in Snowmass. So I think that's a positive outcome of this whole thing. And I too am concerned about the 16,000, but somehow they pull off, by the grace of God, they pull off X Games because we have cooperation from so many entities to do events like that. And I think we have a template or a model on how we might be able to do that now. And again, this is a one-time trial. We'll see how it goes and what we learn as we move forward. And I am not going to make a motion or support a motion to reconsider.
Okay, Kelly.
Thank you. I will note that, what we've heard today is not codified in our approval. So we've not codified the date that we've heard or any process for collaboration. So, and because I'm a little bit of a stickler for process and for public transparency, I am going to make a motion to reconsider our resolution on the special permit approval for the Buttermilk Concert Series and see where it goes. Again, I feel comfortable with my approval of that, but I do want to honor that I think that there is more and better that can come out of continued conversation.
Thanks, Kelly. Steve.
I have a thought that we could move to reconsider it and then immediately I would put on one different condition, and that would be that there would be one concert on the set date of August 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, whatever those dates are, and then pass the motion today and not have it be on October 23rd.
So I have made the motion to reconsider.
Or do you have other conditions that you would want, Kelly, besides just the single concert?
Well, she needs a second before we can further discuss things, so see if we have a second.
She's going to amend it.
Did she
She actually made a motion to reconsider it.
Yeah, there's a
Okay,
motion on the table
I'll second the
that
motion.
has not been seconded.
Okay,
I didn't hear
further
it.
discussion. Steve, your comments are still there. Patty.
Yeah, Kelly, I totally understand that, but staff is listening, and it's really in the hands of staff now, and they can write that into the collaboration and the set date. The applicant has represented that here at a public meeting. So I think I'm not concerned about it getting lost in the shuffle. It needed to be codified. I think staff has heard. We've clarified some direction, excuse me, for staff, which I really appreciate. So I feel that your concerns, Kelly, are covered by the fact Suzanne is present here at this meeting and the applicant has made representations in a public forum. So I'm confident that those will go into staff's consideration of moving it forward because it's in their hands now to finalize the approval.
Okay, any other comment? I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
Aye.
Okay. The nays win it. It's 3-2. We're not going to reconsider this.
But I want to thank staff.
Thank you all. And I'd love to thank staff who came, and I'd like to thank everybody who came to this session. We actually had public comment on the approval process one way or another. It certainly wasn't done the way
they're not happy.
we appreciate doing things. But
Thank you guys for coming and leaving before we
So thank you
finish
all.
talking.
Thanks for coming in. Okay, we're gonna get back on schedule here. Does anybody need a break? I wouldn't mind taking
I
a
know,
10-minute
I'm
break.
not going out in that lobby right now. I mean, they didn't even
You don't
wait
wanna
to
go
finish,
outside.
they didn't even wait to hear your final comments.
Yeah, well, they saw the outcome.
I think it was
okay.
great. Wait, can I just, Greg, I think it was great that we have this today, this ability to have the public come in and speak to us. I think it helped clarify a lot of issues. We gave the public a great opportunity to come forward. And I think we took their comments seriously and moved them through staff to put them into further process of reviewing this permit. And I think that was a positive outcome, and I want to thank you, Greg, for that.
Thank you, Patty. Okay. Thank you for coming, guys.
Thanks.
See you next year. Crystal, you're gonna stick around?
Thank you, Crystal.
Okay, thank you. I
It's
was
so
gonna
nice to
say.
have you in the building.
Nice to have
Upstairs
you
was
here.
great. Thank you.
All right.
I don't know if you all know that, but Crystal's mom, Marilyn Lee, was in my class of 1966 at Basalt High School.
Well, there you have it.
All the way, so I was with her.
That
from
explains a lot.
8th grade
You know.
through 12th grade, and
And Molly was my Wildwood teacher.
yeah.
Oh, wow. Good to see you, Krista.
Thanks, Crystal. Thanks for coming. Okay, I've got to find my place here. We're at item number 5, which is the resolution approving support for Pickton County ballot issue 1A, affordable and workforce housing mill levy. All right, is anybody presenting this to us? Or are we
There's no
discussing it among
AIS for any of
ourselves?
these, but you know what I would really appreciate, Greg?
Please
I would
tell
really
me.
appreciate, Kelly, I'm going to put you on the spot, the hot spot. If Kelly will read this whole resolution for the public record and for the public to hear. Is that okay?
I'm fine with that. I think it's a great suggestion if Kelly's willing.
Provide a little update if anyone wishes to hear it, but this is a resolution of the BoCC affirming support for Pickton County ballot issue 1A, affordable and work
Oh, you just froze up.
housing
You may have to turn off your camera. Sorry.
mill. All right, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but
Okay.
you froze.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, well, that's weird, but I will just report that in the last 48 hours, we've gotten
Oh, well, sorry.
You're gonna
my
have to
idea.
call in, I think.
resolutions of support, City of Aspen.
Hey, Kelly,
Shoot.
you're breaking up. You're gonna have to call in, I think.
Or why don't one of us read it?
Patty would love to read it in your place, if that's okay.
We lost her. Francie, I'll read
gone?
this one if you read the airport one. I can't read both. I'm going to lose my voice.
Okay, Patty, go ahead.
I
I'm
have
gonna
to find
keep
it.
us moving.
I'll read this one. I've got it right here, Francie, if you want it. Resolution, the Board of County Commissioners affirming support for Pickton County ballot question 1A, affordable and workforce housing mill levy on the 2024 general election ballot. Whereas pursuant to 2.8.4 actions of the Pickton County Home Rule Charter, all of the matters not required to be acted upon by ordinance or formal resolution may be acted upon by informal resolution. And the Board of Commissioners, whereas the Board of Commissioners affirm their support for Pickton County ballot issue 1A, affordable and workforce housing, and whereas ballot issue 1A will support the ability to attract and retain essential workers for critical community services such as emergency response, public transit, road maintenance, healthcare, adult and child welfare, teaching and childcare by constructing, acquiring, preserving, and operating affordable housing. And whereas the Board of Commissioners will partner on housing programs with the nonprofits, governmental entities, local businesses, housing trusts, and private organizations to generate affordable rental or ownership housing. And whereas the Board of Commissioners will buy deed restricted, or it should be, not on, or free market housing to permanently convert existing housing into workforce housing in an effort to provide housing through existing units. And should be on. Whereas the Board of Commissioners will create a capital reserve maintenance fund to preserve and improve existing affordable housing. And whereas if ballot issue 1A will reduce, if approved, ballot issue 1A will reduce homelessness impacts on public agencies by developing transitional housing, supportive housing, and providing housing stability services. And whereas priority will be given to housing in areas consistent with existing employment, services, and facilities to protect rural character. And whereas the Board of Commissioners cannot meet these goals and serve the community with housing unless Pickens County taxes can be increased by $8,543,345.97 thousand annually. First full fiscal year dollar increase for collection in 2025, and by such amounts as are generated thereafter from an annual ad valorem property tax mill levy imposed at a rate of 1.5 mils for not more than 25 years. And whereas the county be allowed to collect, retain, and spend the revenues from such tax and the interest earnings thereon as voter-approved revenue change within the meaning of Article 10, Section 20 of the Colorado Constitution. And whereas Pickens County requires a sustainable and reliable funding stream that can support both immediate project investments as well as long-term debt financing. And whereas the Board of County Commissioners finds that it is in the best interest of the citizens of Pickens County to approve this resolution. Therefore, be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, that it hereby adopts a resolution affirming support for Pickens County ballot issue 1A, Affordable and Workforce Housing Mill Levy, on the 2024 general election ballot, and authorizes the chair to sign the resolution, and upon the satisfaction of the interim county attorney as to form, execute any other associated documents necessary to complete this matter. Introduced and read and adopted on the 9th day of October 2024.
Thank you, Patty.
Motion to approve.
Seconded.
We have a motion and a second.
Are we doing public hearing?
Further conversation. Do we need a public hearing on this? Is it a public hearing?
It's one reading.
These are individual consideration items. These are not listed as a public hearing.
I thought we were doing public hearings just for the sake of, okay.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, 5-0. We're going to go to the next one.
Sorry, can I jump in? I just would like to report that in the last 48 hours, the city of Aspen, town of Snowmass Village, town of Basalt, Aspen Fire District, Carbondale Fire District have all endorsed this measure as well. And I'll be going before RAFTA tomorrow morning.
Thanks, Kelly. Okay, we're moving on to item number 6, affirming support for Pickens County ballot measure 1B, County Solid Waste Center bonds on the 2024 general election. And I'll just open this by asking John, what is this going to cost the taxpayers?
There is no tax increase associated with these bonds. They are all paid through fees that are paid at the landfill, and it will fund bonds for improvement of the landfill. The existing landfill has approximately 5 years of trash burial life remaining, and this would provide for a significant expansion to meet the community's needs many decades into the future. And I would note for the board, we did not do AISs for any of these. We stuck very strictly to the legislative language, which allows us to assist in the creation of a resolution in support, and only the resolution in support. So,
great, thank you. Thanks for that. That explains it.
It is agenda item summary as the cover memo for,
okay, any
We
comments
wanna
on
read
this?
that to the record? Or does anybody want to read it?
So
I have it right
landfill
here.
one?
I think we should read them all for the public.
I told you I'd read 1C, which I will.
Okay, Steve, here.
I'll read
You
it.
got it?
You landfill,
I've got it
Steve?
on here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, affirming support for Pickens County ballot issue 1B, County Solid Waste Center bonds on the 2024 general election ballot. Whereas pursuant to section 2.8.4 actions of the Pickens County Home Rule Charter, all matters not required to be acted upon by ordinance or formal resolution may be acted upon by informal resolution. And whereas the Board of County Commissioners affirm their support of Pickens County ballot issue 1B, County Solid Waste Center bonds, without any increase in county tax or on tax rate. And whereas the Board of County Commissioners affirm financing the costs of constructing and equipping expansion to the Pitkin County Solid Waste Center by issuance of revenue bonds payable from and secured by a pledge of the revenues of the county's Solid Waste Center Fund, which bonds shall bear interest, be subject to redemption with or without premium, be issued, dated, and sold at such time or times at such prices at, above, or below par, and in such manner in one or more series, and contains such terms not inconsistent herewith as the Board of County Commissioners may determine. And whereas the existing landfill has approximately 5 years of trash burial life remaining, and whereas the proposed landfill expansion will provide up to 70 years of additional trash burial life to the existing landfill, and whereas the proposed expansion will eliminate the need to create an expensive solid waste transfer station that would add significantly more tractor-trailer traffic onto State Highway 82 and would increase the cost of trash collection, and whereas the Pitkin County Solid Waste Center has the future financial ability to cover the cost of issuing this debt with no burden to the county's general fund or cost to its residents, and whereas the BoCC finds that it is in the best interests of the citizens of Pitkin County to approve this resolution. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, that it hereby adopts a resolution affirming support for Pitkin County ballot issue 1B, County Solid Waste Center bonds, on the 2024 general election ballot, and authorizes the chair to sign the resolution, and upon the satisfaction of the county attorney as to form, execute any other associated documents necessary to complete this matter. Introduced, read, and adopted on the 9th day of October 2024.
Thank you, Steve. Well said.
We have a motion to
Well
approve.
read. I haven't had a motion
I
yet.
will make a motion to approve.
Motion from Patty, second from Francie. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Now we're moving on to 1C. Francie, you're on. This is
Yeah, do you want me to read the resolution or the
affirming-
ballot measure?
affirming support for
How about you
Pitkin
read
County
the
ballot
resolution?
question
The
1C.
resolution. Okay.
You can read it all, whatever, it's your choice.
Okay. Whereas the Board of Commissioners affirmed their support for Pitkin County ballot question 1C, Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners referred Home Rule Charter Amendment to reaffirm the Board of County Commissioners' existing authority to approve and implement a physical layout plan. And whereas the draft airport layout plan includes any runway expansion and relocation and attendant regulatory plan for the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport that meets federal and local requirements. And whereas the draft airport layout plan depicts improved safety, air, noise components through updated infrastructure. And whereas the draft airport layout plan and community developed common ground recommendation call for managed growth consistent with community values. And whereas the Board of County Commissioners, supported by the Pitkin County Financial Board, is taking all necessary actions to secure and maintain federal funding for such improvements in accordance with the provisions of BoCC Resolution Number 105-2020 and 080-2024. And whereas the Financial Advisory Board adopted a resolution endorsing the Board of County Commissioners' efforts that will ensure the county's economic resilience is sustained by convenient ingress and egress by air. And whereas the Aspen Chamber Resort Association, in accordance with recommendations from its Public Affairs Committee and Executive Committee, voted to support ballot measure 1C. And whereas the BoCC finds that it is in the best interest of the citizens of Pitkin County to approve this resolution, now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County that it hereby adopts a resolution affirming support of Pitkin County ballot question 1C.
Thank you, Francie. I'm going to bring this back for conversation. Or a
Well,
motion.
I would add that in addition to ACRA, I don't know why we don't have this in here, but the I don't know why we have Accra, but nothing else in here. It's interesting, but also we have official support from the Democratic Party of Pitkin County, the Republican Party of Pitkin County, and
Salt Town Council,
the
City of
Basalt
Aspen.
Town Council, the Aspen Town Council, and
Snowmass.
quite a few other organizations.
Town of Snowmass Village,
We've
I
also
believe.
they haven't
received
passed the
support
resolution yet.
from
What?
the mayor of Glenwood, Basalt, Carbondale. They haven't issued
Basalt
anything.
and Snowmass. So we're joining them.
Thank you, Francie. And did you make a motion at that point?
I didn't,
Oh,
but I shall. I'll
Okay.
make a motion.
you could make a motion. We're gonna,
For-
we'll still
for
keep
resolution
talking.
And I'll
about it.
second it.
1C.
A second from Patty, conversation, Steve.
So, comment, it's extremely important for our citizens to pass this measure. My second meeting as a county commissioner, 12 years ago, we were looking at the previous airport layout plan and talking about modifying it. So I've been looking at this for 12 years. I think Patty's been looking at it more like
20-something.
20-something years. We have studied this. We have improved it. The airport layout plan, which we are discussing here, is a vast improvement over the one that we were looking at 12 years ago. It incorporated a whole lot of ideas from the Common Ground Committee of citizens, 120 citizens who were studying this for about 18 months' time, I believe. This airport layout plan that we want the citizens to give us reaffirm the authority we have to put this airport layout plan into effect is it is really a good thing. It protects the future of our airport, which our airport is the third busiest commercial airport in the state of Colorado, and it brings in approximately 95% of the passengers coming into our airport arrive on commercial airplanes, even though there are a lot more private planes landing, but we're bringing in a big part of our tourist traffic by airplane. It's essential for our economy. This is a good measure. It's the prudent, financially sound way that we can make a better airport, a truly better airport for all of our visitors and residents alike.
Thank you, Steve. Other comments from the board on this? Patty, anything to say? Kelly?
No, just vote yes on 1C. and
Kelly
no on
has her
200.
hand up.
Yeah, I mean, I would just like to comment on a few things. I think that we can observe how the FAA is responding to communities around the country who are being antagonistic about airports of the future, and or airports and how they relate to community goals. And for example, the city of Boulder was recently told that they could not close down their municipal airport, that it continues to be a viable part of national aviation airspace. We are watching what's happening in Hayden, Idaho, where they're having troubles with trying to buck the FAA rather than partner with the FAA. And I don't think that bucking the FAA is going to result in positive benefits for our community. And as much as I would like them to be more collaborative and to be more responsive to what I view as their constituents as well, we have a shared authority here that we have to recognize is not complete. The decisions are not completely within Pitkin County's purview. And we need to move our airport plans forward. I think they're good plans. I don't think that big planes are the bogeyman that they're being made out to be, the 650 landing here tomorrow is cleaner and quieter than the 450 landing here today. And we will have a transitionary period where maybe we will get some dirtier, louder jets, but that will lead us to a future of cleaner, quieter planes, because we are not seeing planes that are being built that are cleaner, quieter, with smaller wingspans. And as much as we may want that future, we can't plan an airport around a future that is not proven or tangible. So I also would just alert the community that, you know, we are having a ongoing discussion related to growth in this community. We have for many decades. We are having it again now. We are updating our master plans. We have a intentional community process called Vision 2050 that is happening. And that is a space that I really hope that all the folks who are nervous about how this airport will facilitate growth in our community takes advantage of participating in it, because that is where I want to work on these questions. I want to work on growth with the community. I want to ratchet down on certain things that we're experiencing that make everyone feel overwhelmed and the intensity of activity too much. And I think that that is the place to do it. I don't think that our airport is the driving force for future growth here. And we do have levers that are 100% within our purview in Pickens County to pull if that is the problem that we hope to solve.
Thanks, Kelly.
Thanks, Kelly.
Well done.
Did somebody else want to say something? No. I just wanted to point out, contrary to some of the advertising that we've seen in the papers, this is not an unconstitutional ballot measure. It doesn't take away the voters' input or authority or any existing authority from voters. What it does is it reaffirms the authority the BoC has had to manage our airport, and as expected by both the federal government and the state of Colorado, for the grant assurances we've made to them. I think we have to realize that technology moves forward, modernization is necessary, and especially in an airport as old as this. And I can also say that our board has done, I think, everything we can in the last several years to figure out how we can make sure that this doesn't become a growth engine, to make sure that it's moving toward quieter, cleaner, and more reliable air service for the community. And I've got to say, it really starts getting to you when you're always being criticized for being pro-growth, which is not the case. What we're trying to do is remain pro-community, to remain with our values about growth control, about environmental protections, and improving electrification, our climate commitments. I think this vote, a positive vote on this, affirms our integrity in trying to follow the desires that our community has laid out. And so I think I'm going to call the question now. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, where are we now? We've just done that one.
We're doing the one
We're
that's
the
2
state
pages
one.
long. I don't know if you guys want to read that. I'm already losing my voice from the housing one.
We could list off the
Yeah,
Let's just list them off. I don't
items
think we're
that
going to read
were.
them all. This is
That's a good idea.
a resolution
I agree.
affirming support for certain state and local general election ballot questions that are constitutional and statutory as presented in the 2024 election ballot.
And you want to read what they are?
I've got to go and find them. Does
I
anybody have
have
them?
it.
You've got them? Please go ahead.
I think I have it here in just 1 second. They are
Amendment J.
79. Well, this first one I'm running into here is KK. So.
No, I got it right here.
Oh, here it is. JJ. I see. Okay.
No, J's first before
J.
JJ.
Okay. So the first one is the support for Amendment 79.
No,
No,
J.
Oh, J. Removing the ban on same-sex marriage.
you're supporting that.
Yes, and we are also supporting Amendment 79, recognizing the right to abortion, and in connections, prohibiting the state and local governments for denying, impeding, or discriminating against the exercise of that right, and that it should be covered under health insurance. Proposition JJ, we are also supportive. So without raising taxes, it allows the state to keep and spend all sports betting tax revenues above voter-approved limits to fund water conservation and protection projects instead of refunding revenue to casinos. We're also affirming our support for Proposition KK, increasing taxes by $39 million annually to fund mental health services, including for military veterans and at-risk youth, school safety and gun violence prevention, and support services for victims of domestic violence and other violent crimes by authorizing a tax on gun dealers, gun manufacturers, and ammunition vendors at the rate of 6.5% of the net taxable sale from the retail sale of any gun, gun precursor part, or ammunition, with the state keeping and spending all the new tax revenue as a voter-approved revenue change. Then for the City of Aspen, ballot question 2A, we are in support of that. It allows the City of Aspen's existing 1% real estate transfer tax to be extended to 2060, and it allows the revenues and earnings be a voter-approved revenue change that the city may collect, retain, and expend without limitation under Article 10, blah, blah, blah. Also, the City of Aspen ballot question 2B we are supporting. It allows the City of Aspen's existing 0.45% sale tax for affordable housing and daycare, which is scheduled to expire on 2040, to be extended through 2060. Also, we are supporting Aspen ballot question 2C, which without a new tax allows the City of Aspen to amend its code to recategorize the taxes currently imposed on automobile vehicles sold, registered, and blah, 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 and they will be used by the city for the maintenance of roads and bridges and other transit-related infrastructure. The last one is for support for the town of Snowmass ballot question 2D, without increasing taxes, be authorized to take action necessary to construct a new workforce housing project consisting of up to 49 units containing 188 bedrooms.
79 units.
79 units containing 188 bedrooms located uphill of and adjacent to Town Hall at an estimated projected cost of $86 million to be paid for by the tourism tax revenues authorized for workforce housing purposes, rental income, potential grant funds, and/or private contributions.
Thank you, Francie. The BoC finds that this is in the best interests of the citizens of Pitkin County to approve this resolution. I'm going to
Make a motion to approve, please. Thank you for
Motion
reading
to
it,
approve.
Francie.
I'll second.
And a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank
If
you.
I could
Okay.
just make a comment, because I know we had a question, I think from Josie last time when we discussed this about whether these matter, I guess, whether our endorsements matter. I will say they do inform our positions at a broader state level. So this let me go to CCAT and sort of say what that organization's, how to vote on that organization's position. So it does trickle up in terms of our building momentum on a campaign for any of these statewide ballot measures. Thanks.
I think it also trickles out. People call all of us all the time, I think, and say, what should I, how should I consider this question? How do you think I should vote?
It's a good one to keep with us.
And so it's actually a good one to keep with us.
Yep.
Thank you. Do we have a motion and a second?
We voted on it.
We already voted on it. Oh, Kelly, you
And I'm
came in
just
at the
watching
end. I
a
didn't.
bride and
you-
groom have their picture taken out there on that
You are.
gloriously
Yeah,
beautiful
we
day.
got
Yeah,
that.
they
It's
just
one of
walked
the
down.
benefits of sitting here. We get to see
The bride and groom.
Enjoying the
newly
weddings.
married
Could we
couples
take a
coming in
10-minute
and
break?
out.
We can take a
Mr. Chair?
10-minute break now. Sure. Thank you all. That was a
Sorry,
long.
guys,
That was
we
a
haven't had a
marathon.
break yet.
Hello, everybody, back on Wednesday, October 9th for the Commissioners' regular meeting. Item number 9 on our agenda is a resolution accepting and authorizing the chair to execute a grant agreement with Colorado Parks and Wildlife to mitigate human-bear interactions and purchase bear-proof trash cans. And Parker's here in Alex's place.
Emily's
And Emily.
She's expert.
Welcome.
Hi.
Please identify yourself so everyone knows who you are.
I don't know if that's on or not.
Red light.
Yeah. I'm Emily Casebeer. I'm the Community Response Officer for Pickens County Sheriffs. And yeah, we have a human bear conflict reduction grant that we applied for and were awarded. As a side note, I will also mention we also worked with Sustainable Strategies to write this grant, and they were also awesome.
Great, glad to hear it. Anything else you want to tell us or questions? Patty has something to say.
As part of our, Francie's going to love this. Well, as part of our opening comments about the budget, a $50,000 issue for a dumpster at Phillips came up. Is that going to be covered as part of this, or is it going to be $100,000 if we put in 50 from this grant? Do you guys know anything about that?
So I talked to Ashley Pearl this morning. She'll head up the Phillips Hillside part of this project, but she mentioned, I think what you're getting at is the budget to cover the weekly pickup for trash, the trash service.
The enclosure.
No, the enclosure, or maybe she's including the budget, but the enclosure, $35,000 of it will be covered by this grant.
Okay, that's what
Yeah.
So the physical enclosure itself, they priced it out at $35,000, and that will be covered by this grant.
And so another 50 for trash pickup at Phillips? Remember the
Or
budget
maybe
yesterday?
the remainder besides the 50.
It doesn't say trash pickup, it says enclosure.
Yeah, so hopefully that's not $85,000 we're spending at Phillips. Hopefully the rest, 35 will come from this.
Yeah. For the enclosure for trash at.
Yeah, I remember Francie.
Phillips, and whether that's included with this
I'm
bear
talking with my mouth.
prevention grant.
I don't believe it is, but let me double.
Because Francie said 50,000 for a dumpster with a big question mark and so.
Enclosure.
No,
right.
no.
It doesn't even include the dumpster, just the enclosure.
Well, that's, I mean dumpster enclosure. So if we could vet that, so.
Well, I can tell you that $35,000 of it is
Yeah.
going to come from this grant.
Yeah, but I think we need to work together to make sure we're not spending 85,000 for whatever.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Is
Unless
Kelly
you want
back? Just, I don't see her there, but I wonder.
Yeah, I have a question. So do people apply for whatever it is
Your
this
mic on?
buys for the county? Oh, yeah, I turned it off so you wouldn't hear me with my chips. So does this provide money for people to secure their trash areas, or is this for other bear prevention things?
This is primarily to go towards getting a large number of top-of-the-line bear-proof trash cans for a number of our high-density housing areas, especially adjacent to the landfill. And then, so the plan is to get 100 of them into Aspen Village, finish out Lazy Glen with 25 more there, money to Phillips Hillside for their dumpster enclosure, some go to the landfill, requested by the landfill, and then we're going to have 50 extra to give to community members on an at-need basis.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
Great.
Patty.
When we did the wildlife ordinance, we have a finding system, and that money generated from those fines was supposed to go into a pool of money to provide people with bear-proof trash containers who couldn't afford them. Do we have any money in that fund? We fined people, haven't we? Can we?
I can't speak to how much is in there. I know we really try and strive to do the education first. So before jumping to, and that's always been the philosophy of if we can change behavior through education so people can be enlightened versus going out there and being punitive. That's the goal. So if there is a fund, I'm not sure of how much would be in there. I can't imagine I think we're pretty fortunate that we do. I mean, and you can speak to it, Emily can speak to it much better than I can.
So there's something else we can look into. We had a fund that we created out of fines when people violated I think 3 strikes, and you had to pay the fine for their trash.
I can say too that in the little over 2 years since I've been in the position, I haven't written that ticket. I've gone with education and
Right, which we
supporting
agree with.
people through other methods and connecting them with other local resources. So I haven't written that ticket in the little over 2 years that I've been here. So, but I can't say as to what might have been in
Yeah,
there.
I just want to make sure we don't have money sitting somewhere that we could be spending for this effort. We don't know we have it.
Yeah, I'll check with Connie. I don't believe I've seen that in our fund
And one
balance.
other thing real quick, because I know Francie, I thought Aspen Village had dumpster enclosures. They don't? They have individual pickup?
They do.
That's where we need to be going, because it really makes a difference at Smuggler Trailer Court.
I agree. And I have asked, my predecessor has asked both Aspen Village and Lazy Glen, and they come back to saying that it is not possible for the layout of their neighborhoods, that they don't have the space, that it wouldn't work for their community. They push back against it. So as a consolation prize, this
the best
is
way
how
to really,
I'm
right.
supporting them.
And this is a good step by giving them barefoot trash cans, which they should have anyway. But they really need to consider doing a 1 or 2 spot.
Yeah, I
'cause
agree.
It works. We have very little bear activity with trash related in our neighborhood.
I 100% agree.
Thank you.
And it's getting the communities to get on board
Because
with
it is
that.
America, after all.
And buy
Can't
into
tell
it.
them what to do.
Yeah.
But they should know that we're going to be chasing the bears from the landfill down there, so they might be better off having really good bear secure places. You know, as we're growing bears at the landfill at this point, we haven't figured out that solution yet, but that's only going to create more bears that will probably get over there one of these days. So the more we can do to reduce human interactions and trash, so much the better. This is a step in the right direction.
That's a lot cheaper. So we have the really big trash cans, and we use river rafting straps and close it. And so when the bears come, they just roll it around. They can't open it.
So
And
it's
really
entertainment.
cheap. And it works really well.
Cam straps. Cam straps on dumpsters. Good idea. Pardon me, I'm chewing. Okay,
Well, you know what, Greg?
you could make a motion.
I'm going to make a motion to approve a resolution of the Board of Commissioners approving a bear conflict grant agreement with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. This is first reading, set for second reading, public hearing, everybody, on the 23rd of October. Let the public to know
Need a
they can
second?
come in.
I'll second.
Okay, further discussion? Don't see any. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
coming in.
Thank you.
See you all then.
We thought Alex
Thank
was going
you.
to come in your place, and we were really excited. We're going to introduce him to the opera singer that we met.
Yeah, I heard that. He is off enjoying his European vacation.
Oh, good for him.
European?
Yes. I think he's in Amsterdam right now.
Did you take the family?
Yes.
Whoa, great
Nice.
soul.
Good.
Enjoying
Well,
nice falls.
good for him.
Beautiful.
He'll be back next week.
Okay, we're coming up next. Individual consideration items, public hearing, 1 reading. This is a resolution denying a short-term rental license for River Rock Properties LLC. And this is continued from September 25th, and Jeanette's online.
Hey, Greg.
Sir.
I got email from the applicant's representative right before the meeting today requesting that their application be withdrawn. So,
Do we need to discuss that? Is it, if it's a public hearing?
you know, it is it a public hearing? If it's a public
It is
hearing,
a
you may
public
want to open public comment. My recollection is that the board offered them an opportunity to withdraw the application last time. The board, I think, took a straw poll and requested staff to draft a motion to deny the application.
Right.
So I'm not sure the board's offer to allow them to withdraw is still open, but if it is, that the applicant would like to avail themselves of that opportunity.
Okay, I want to pull the board. Francie?
I received a letter from Mr. Waldorf, and he just wanted to thank me for some comments that were quoted in the paper, and maybe he overheard the last meeting, but I do think that this is an unhappy situation of a community that is somehow at odds with each other, because I've gotten letters from other people in the community in support of Mr. Waldorf, and then we've all gotten letters opposed to his application and his performance over the last few years. And I think that's an issue that we have for enforcement of all our land use code in the county, is that we rely on neighbors. I won't use the word tattling. We rely on neighbors calling in complaints about their neighbors, and it sets up a situation that I think can become a problem. And I think this is one of those cases where it's a problem. I'm not sure that Mr. Waldorf is getting, I think there's a possibility that he has been maligned beyond factual data. And I feel bad about the situation. I feel bad for the people who've been engaged with it. And I wish we could figure out a way to help prevent this kind of unfriendly neighborly interaction that results in their being in front of the Board of County Commissioners.
Thanks, Francie. Patty?
From a long time history. When we talked to enforcement many years ago, it was either we were being Big Brother and we were going around, we hired people that drove around and just looked for infractions. And we decided that that wasn't the way we wanted to go in Pickens County. We didn't want to have Big Brother, as happened to my daughter in Glenwood, peeking over your back fence taking pictures, which illegally they could do. So we were relying on complaints filed by concerned neighbors. And then they went to the enforcement officer and they were vetted. And so I feel that these complaints that were lodged that had been mitigated must have had some worth to them, or there wouldn't have had been a mitigation. But I agree that it's really not up to tell neighbors you need to get along with each other. I wish we could, and they would get along, but I'm not sure how we can encourage friendly neighbors. But if you can come up with a way.
I'm not sure either, but I know that one of the people that we heard from in this situation, we hear from on many issues all the time. This is not his only complaint.
Yeah.
So it's just the effect that neighbors can have on each other can be really destructive. And
It makes it hard to live in the neighborhood.
yeah.
Yeah, I think it's all about neighbors getting along. Previously today, we had a big conversation about all the neighbors getting along, and let's hope that they do without us encouraging it any more than we have to. Any other comments?
No,
Do we want to?
I want to open public comment
Well,
on it,
let me finish.
if that's okay.
What the question that was asked of us was, are we still able to allow them to withdraw? Would we accept that?
I'm fine with it.
Steve?
Instead of denying.
Yeah, they asked to
Well,
withdraw.
the first time it came to us, the staff had recommended that we pass it, that we provide them with their license to have an STR. That was how it was brought to us initially.
That's usually how they do it.
Yeah, so I think if Mr. Waldorf would rather withdraw it than have it be denied, I'm certainly okay with that.
Okay, Steve?
I think we should grant their request because we have not denied it yet. We haven't had a vote. If they came in after we denied it, that would be a different story.
Right.
But
Thank you for that. Okay, Kelly, any thoughts before we move on and I open public comment? No? Okay, I'm going to open public comment on this topic, which is the resolution denying a short-term rental license for River Rock Properties, and I think that our vote will be to allow them to withdraw, but I'm looking for public comment. I do see one. Come on down.
She's been so patient with us.
I know. I didn't even know why you were
Take your
here. I
pick.
wasn't
You
sure
got
which topic.
either one,
I
anyone.
like this chair. It's a better chair.
Just make sure your mic is on, the red light's on.
Thanks for coming. Please identify yourself to start.
I am Susan Taylor. I am with the Woody Creek Caucus. I am also a neighbor of this particular property. And I certainly hope you weren't referring to me when you referred to somebody that always comment.
No, I wasn't. I was not.
We see a lot of you.
It sounded like, oh yeah, I fit that.
No, it wasn't you. I hadn't even thought about you, actually.
So,
Had I thought about you, I might have said that. Just kidding.
I was right there. So there are a couple of things. One is that in our last hearing, we were personally, our house was characterized as not being in the view plane of this property. And that is true. However, we pass this property every time we leave our house or come home. And we do go up and down a public road right of way, which is adjacent. There were a couple of people that said, oh, this property is not a problem to them. And the people that made those comments are in Little Texas proper and are not on the same road. They do not share the road, and they are not in visible or physical proximity of this property. So I just wanted to clear those two things up. And I wanted to read a letter from another one of our neighbors because she just wrote it yesterday. She was unable to write it before the hearing last time. And this is from Jane and Bill Dinsmore, and it's to the BoCC. I believe we have sent several letters in years past to both Jeanette Museo and to the Department of Health concerning our downhill neighbor on River Rock Lane. Every year since they have been renting it out short-term to large groups, the hillside adjacent to our fence line has been dug up to repair the leach field, which is just below our vegetable gardens. I am out all summer usually and see the process they go through when the leach field overflows into the road below. Several of the past years, I was so concerned for the safety of the young Hispanic men driving a backhoe on a very steep hillside, I stayed with my phone to be able to call 911 if needed. The health department should have records of those emails we sent. The system is not built for the numbers of people in the house during weddings and X Games, etc. We do not suffer from the traffic and parking situations as we live above what was Little Texas the past 35 plus years. But during the summers of high fire danger, we have not been allowed to light a barbecue at times, and the renters have a bonfire going in the fire pit below, close to the home of Tom Melberg. The trash is dumped by bears from the unlocked dumpster so many times we can't count. There seem to be no rules listed for tenants, and if there are, they're not enforced. Our Woody Creek master plan has long been asked that rentals be kept to a minimum in Woody Creek residential areas. Folks can rent out twice a year if they need income, but we prefer those folks to prefer those to be folks not here for one event, i.e. 2 one-month rentals or 2 two-week rentals. STRs tend to be too loud, too unruly, and too damaging to property and community. We cherish what is left of the quiet rural life here. Respectfully, Bill and Jane Dinsmore.
Thank you.
And so I wanted to read this to make sure it's a part of the public comment. And, you know, in talking about neighbors and neighbors getting along, the people that own this property are absolutely wonderful. I mean, they come across our land to go fish and, you know, they're quite pleasant, but they don't live in this house. They have never lived in this house. They come for, you know, they were here last month because of the hearing. They come periodically to use the house, but they would not be characterized as neighbors to, you know, we get along with our neighbors, and we actually live in a very, you know, nice community where our neighbors all get together all the time, but these people are not neighbors. And the people that are in this house are not neighbors because they're renters.
Thank you, Susan.
Thanks, Susan.
Thanks for bringing that in. And I did see the letter from the Dinsmores, and I appreciate you reading it, though. Okay. Any other public comment online or in person?
Do we need to do a
Nobody else in
motion to
person?
withdraw, or it's just withdraw?
So, what did you just say?
I asked if we needed a motion to allow them to withdraw, and we don't.
We don't need to make a motion, we just let them,
No,
we're okay with it.
the other applications that you had, well, I guess they were appeals that were in front of you previously. You just accepted the applicant's withdrawal during the meeting.
Got
and
it.
Didn't take
Okay.
an official action on that.
Kelly, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I'm fine to withdraw. I was of the impression that they wanted a denial because I thought they were going to sue us, and so they would have needed a denial to take that next step. Was my impression, but that is no, I'm fine for them to withdraw.
Sorry to disappoint you.
Sorry, Ryan.
Well, I have to say, I would have asked for a rewrite of the resolution anyway, because I don't think it laid out our case completely. So this is fine.
Okay, thank you. So it looks as if, do I need a show of thumbs up or
No, it's just, let's move to the
a
next
poll?
item.
A poll, or just move on? Okay, we're moving on. They've withdrawn that. Okay, next, individual consideration items, public hearing, second reading. This is an ordinance authorizing underground easement right-of-way, trench, conduit, vault agreement on the Glacier open space with Holy Cross Energy. Come on down.
I promise not to leave the
Drew.
room this time.
Thanks. Afternoon, everyone. Drew Walters, agriculture specialist with Picken County Open Space and Trails. And nothing has changed since first reading on this. Just a quick refresher. This is for a primary electrical service easement change on Glacier open space, which will better allow us to rehabilitate the historical barn on the property. Currently, there's an existing overhead electrical service line that is going directly over sort of the northeast corner of that historic barn. This easement will, and trench agreement will have an underground line going from the neighboring property to our service panel at Glacier.
Just out of, I think I asked this last time. I wasn't sure if you answered. What do you know at the amperage? What's the rating on the power line to the pole at least that will be coming to them?
So I think we will have flexibility with that based on the service panel that we install.
Right.
Yeah. So we'll be able to. This improvement will include a new transformer, which will be kind of a ground-mounted transformer, and it'll be a service panel upgrade as well.
Got it. Just thinking if as we're moving toward electrification more and more, and all that implies, it seems like the loads always are increasing. It'd be good to be prepared for anything like that. I'm not sure what would happen there, but
for sure. Yeah, I think we should be all set, and that's I'm glad you brought that up because that's something we'll figure out with the electrician when we kind of have the service panel installed and everything like that.
Great. Thank you. Are there any other questions about this? This is the second time we've seen it. It is a public hearing, but no questions. I'll open it up. Okay, I'm going to open it up. Public hearing, *9 to comment. This is authorizing underground easement and right-of-way, trench conduit, and vault agreement for Glacier open space. And I don't think anybody online is here to comment on that, and I don't see anyone in the room. I'm going to close the comment and bring it back to the board. And I'd entertain a motion if anyone's ready.
I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing an underground easement and right-of-way trench, conduit, and vault agreement on Glacier open space with Holy Cross Energy. And thank you.
Second the motion.
Steve, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Hey.
Thanks,
Thank
Drew.
you.
Thank you guys for waiting, Paul. Paul's sticking around anyway, right? But this is next is approving an exchange agreement between Cloud 10 Aspen LLC and Board of Commissioners. Sorry, Steve. Were you?
We need to do a continuation thing on number 12.
Right. Yeah, we have to hear it though, right?
Yeah, because it's a public
For the conveyance of conservation and trail easements and scenic covenant in exchange for an access easement. Paul, come on down. We've got to open it up for public hearing, and you can explain the continuation if you want to.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we open space staff. I'm Paul Holsinger, conservation easement and agriculture manager for Picken County. We spoke with the Cloud 10 folks and decided to ask for a continuation so we get a couple more weeks to suss out some more information. We're actually going to bring it to the City of Aspen Open Space Board and get some comments from them about this. But we are planning on bringing it back on the 23rd. Thank you, Greg.
Great,
But
thank
yeah,
you.
That's all.
All right, I'm going to open this to public comment. I don't see anyone in the room who has a hand up, and I don't think there's anyone online either. Okay, so I'm bringing it back, and I'll entertain a motion approving an exchange agreement between Cloud 10, Aspen LLC, and Board of Commissioners for the conveyance of the conservation and trail easements and scenic covenant in exchange for an access easement.
I'll make a motion to continue this item till October 23rd.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And that
All right.
continues the public hearing also.
That continues it to October 23rd.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Okay.
Paul.
All right.
Thanks, Drew.
Up next, individual consideration item ordinance and resolution confirmatory reading. This is an emergency ordinance approving the Fourth Amendment to the current lease and use agreement with Trajan Flight Support. And guess what? I can't do this, so I'm going to hand this over to Steve as I'm recused from discussions around the FBO. I'll be outside, and you can call me when you need me.
Don't go too far.
Well, I'll see how fast you guys are.
So, Ride, do you want to take this?
Sure, yeah.
You got your name on it.
Thanks. I do have my name on it, and I want to thank Jeanette for moving this along for me. Jeanette and I did manage to correct the errors that were in the title of this particular ordinance, which previously read, I think, Fourth Amendment instead of Fourth Amendment. But in any event, that's been corrected. So this is the confirmatory reading of an emergency ordinance to approve the Fourth Amendment to the lease and use agreement with Trajan Flight Support. Trajan is more generally known to all of us and the community as Atlantic Aviation. And this is an extension of the lease for the FBO premises out at the airport. And it extends the lease on the same terms that Atlantic's been operating on for the last 12 months. And the last 12 months was an extension of a lease that existed for some time before that. But in September of 2023, the board approved a one-year extension of that agreement as modified by the then in effect extension, which adjusted the minimum annual guarantee as well as the ground rent and extended that through September 30, 2024. Of course, we're now past that date, and that's why we did an emergency ordinance on September 25th, which extended the lease until November 30th of this year. So for another 60 days, approximately. I think it was 61, but that was just to take it to the end of November and made calculating the monthly MAG payment and ground rent easier, frankly, than doing a partial month. The board approved this on first reading unanimously, I believe, and set public hearing for today as well as confirmatory reading. The ordinance went into effect immediately on September 25th, and the lease extension has been executed by all parties. I believe Steve signed it on behalf of the board, and we do have a signature from Atlantic. So that lease extends until the end of November. Of course, we are continuing to work on the long-term lease with Atlantic for the 30-year term contemplated in that document. And as we talked about at the beginning of the meeting, that was potentially set to be heard today. We weren't able to work out the last couple things with Atlantic to have it in the agenda today. And John and I are both hopeful that it will be in the packet for October 23rd. In any event, staff's recommendation on this particular agenda item is that you all hold your confirmatory reading after, and open public comment in so doing. No further action would be taken with respect to this lease extension. Hopefully by the time you all approve the long-term lease, this extension will still be in place and no longer be necessary. So If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer that. Otherwise, nothing other than correcting those errors in the title is different from when you heard this on September 25th.
Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. We've all seen this multiple times, so that explains probably why there's no questions.
Sure.
This is a public hearing. I'll open the public hearing and see if there's anybody who wants to comment on this. And seeing none. Susan's here for the Elam gravel pit, I'm sure.
I was
so-
like,
You know, I could be here for this too, but I'm not.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve, if it's okay with you, Steve. Emergency ordinance, this is a confirmatory reading, approving the Fourth Amendment to the current lease and use agreement with Trajan Flight Support or Atlantic. So that is my motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Patty, seconded by Francie, and I will officially close the public hearing on this. Are there any further comments? I will comment, thank you, Ryan and John, for all the work you're doing on, the negotiations with Atlantic, and I'm glad that this extension of this is, I think, a fairly simple process. And we appreciate that.
Thanks.
The work you're putting in to trying to, iron out the big one for the 30 years. So, I'll call the question. All in favor of approval, say aye.
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 I'm gonna step out.
Any
just for-
opposed? What'd you say, Francie?
I'll bring Greg in, but I'm gonna step out while they're just while they're
Okay.
setting up.
We approved it 4-0.
Great.
What, you're
Thanks,
leaving?
Steve.
I'm leaving, see ya, I'm done.
She's gonna
I
go
gotta
get,
go home and pack.
she's gonna go get Greg.
Packs for days.
So let's see, next up, land use items. These are land use public hearings. First item, it's a resolution granting special review approval for a limited development conservation parcel for the Nichols Family Trust, which we know as the Jakeman Creek property. And they have asked to continue this till next year, January 8th, 2025. I know that they've been working on this for quite some time, and we've had multiple continuations.
And Steve, I do have a brief update if you'd like.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please.
So as Steve just noted, this has been continued a number of times. I did have an opportunity within the last 30 days, and that's starting to run together on me, so I couldn't tell you exactly when it was, to speak with Tom Todd, who you recall appeared with the Nichols family at one point in front of you all. And of course, Tom is over at Holland and Hart, and he is helping the Nichols family with this application. He called to let me know that his client is still working towards a conservation outcome for this property and wanted to reassure me and you all and Open Space that they're still working towards that goal. They would appreciate one more continuance of the application. From a county noticing perspective, the application is starting to get pretty stale, the noticing. The application itself conceptually has changed a little bit since when it was originally filed, or I'd say it's changed substantially. So practically speaking, they're likely to either have to amend their application and re-notice it, should they be seeking a path that involves the land use code going forward. I think they want to keep that I know they want to keep that opportunity open to them at this point, but are not exactly 100% certain on what path that looks like. If they get kicked out right now, or withdraw their application, technically they'd be put way back at the end of the line of applications in community development. Not that it couldn't be advanced if necessary, but I think they'd like to keep the application alive for a little bit longer. They're still working on some appraisal work for the property, and I think they're going to come back with either amendment to the application that involves a land use code component along with an open space component, meaning an open space and trails fund component, and or one or either of those options.
And
So
something from Eagle County, I hope.
Eagle County is very interested in helping with conservation of the property. I know that, and Paul was just here and he was whispering in my ear, can you cover this? I know that Dale and Paul were in front of the Eagle County Open Space and Trails Board presenting this property and a concept for preservation of it to that board. That board was supportive of the outcome. So I think we're waiting on some additional information from the applicant. Namely, I think they're trying to update their appraisal of the water rights associated with the property. And I anticipate it'll come back hopefully in the first quarter of 2025. Paul did express, which is our continued assurance to property owners. We're not pushing anybody to do anything, and we're not in a hurry to get anything done. We're receptive to continuing to work with them on the property owner's timeline. So I think they would appreciate one more continuance, and I'll work with Tom in the event that the application's either amended significantly enough that it requires a further noticing, and or it's been noticed so long ago that it makes sense to notice it again. So we'll pursue either of those items, but I know the staff's recommendation is to continue the application and keep it alive for a little bit longer, and give the Nichols family a little bit more time to continue working on the property. So.
Great, thank you, Ryan. Okay, Steve?
So I'm sorry that I will not be here to vote on this in January. You'll have to bring Jeffrey up to speed on it. But maybe, I don't know if the P&Z did a site visit up there. They maybe did at one point.
I know the
can't
Open
remember.
Space and Trails Board did a site visit. I think you all did a site visit.
We did,
I didn't
yeah.
get to go on either of those.
Yeah.
But,
We'll take you up again.
Yeah,
You got plenty of
for
time.
sure.
You might have to ski. but-
I don't think the P&Z went up there, Steve, because the application that's in front of the board right now, I don't think was a two-step review application. So I don't think Planning and Zoning Commission saw it.
Yeah.
But I know that I have confidence in Jeffrey's understanding of the code and the ability to get up to speed pretty quickly.
He will, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, this is a public hearing. Want to open it up, see if there's anyone online or in the room who'd like to comment on this topic. Star 9 to raise your hand if you'd like to comment on the limited development conservation parcel for the Nichols Family Trust Jakeman Creek property. I don't see anybody in the room want to comment on this. Doesn't look like it. Okay, I'm bringing it back to the board.
Make a motion to continue to January 8th, 2025, and to continue the public hearing along with it.
Thanks, Patty.
And second the motion.
Steve, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
board.
We can always take Jeffrey up on snowshoes and let him loose.
Okay, here we are moving right along to resolution number 15, granting annual review approval to the Elam gravel pit, special
went?
review permit.
When we did go up there, there were still snow on
Come
the
on
ground.
down, guys, if you're Elam folks.
Take
Looks
him,
like
finish back.
Patty, you're back on the,
Either the
Just grab a couple of these
15th,
chairs,
maybe
guys.
that Tuesday, I'm not sure, depends on flights,
what date?
the 15th.
Oh, you're coming back the 15th.
Only
Welcome,
going for a long
gentlemen.
weekend.
Got it.
Thank you.
But if you'd like me to stay
Welcome.
longer, I'd be
Thanks
more
for
than
coming
happy
in.
to.
Thanks for having us.
Okay, Tammy, take it away. I know we've received letters or comments, and I just want to make sure you've seen
Maybe
everything.
tomorrow we'll come back today.
Yeah.
Okay, then we're
Somewhat.
going to listen to you. Go
I
right
think
ahead.
I'll
Welcome,
get a
guys.
car.
Let me share my screen with you guys.
So we are here today for our annual review of the Elam gravel pit operations, and this will be for the 2023 operating season. In the past, we've always had Jim Duty here representing the pit, but he just recently retired. So with me instead is Brian Jorgensen, and I actually don't even know your name. So
John Mueller.
John
Yeah.
Mueller.
Is this your first time doing this before us? I was going to
I've
say, you
been
look
here-
way too familiar.
Yeah, probably started in 2014
It is.
coming to these, but over the last couple of years, Jim's been going solo. So
Yeah.
happy to be back.
All right.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, you too.
So we all know where the Elam gravel pit is located, just east of Upper River Road. Just a really quick background. This pit has been in operation since about the mid-1950s. And in that 70-year or so time span, they've always received and obtained the necessary permits with the state and with Pitkin County to operate. The most notable permit that they're operating under right now is through Resolution 52, 2009, which approved the 16-acre expansion of the pit and also a 20-year permit extension into 2029. And through the years, the BoCC has approved various amendments, typically associated with big public projects. The pit also has a 5-year snow dump permit that they're operating under. So the purpose of this annual review is to assess the prior operating year with compliance with that resolution, that 2009 resolution, as well as last year's BoCC resolution, and with any of the minor amendments that were granted through the year. So last year, or in 2003, they did receive a minor amendment for some extended operating into March. This application was referred to Environmental Health, the Woody Creek Caucus, W/JHOA, Public Works, and the attorney. This application was referred out on August 7th, and comments were requested to be received by September 13th. So up until yesterday, the Community Development Department and Environmental Health hadn't received any complaints for that 2003 operating season. I am aware that the BoCC did get a letter from the Woody Creek Caucus yesterday afternoon.
I haven't seen that.
So that I did get a hold of, and I sent it to the applicants last night, so they've quickly reviewed it, and they're prepared to discuss that letter with you as well.
I didn't have a chance to pull it up today.
Yeah.
There's several.
So I'll kind of save that for the end discussion, and just move forward with this presentation. So during the 2023 operating season, the pit maintained a relatively typical operating year. They did, like I mentioned, provide materials for some of the bigger public projects that we saw in the county. And so with that the BoCC Resolution 16, 2023, the board did approve a start date of March 1st versus the typical April 1st date. And the applicant did not ultimately utilize that earlier start date. I believe there were issues with some of the machines and so forth, but they can speak to that a little bit more. And then most recently, the board did approve a minor amendment 60/2024, which allowed operations in 2024, August 5th through August 30th to start at 6 a.m. versus the same typical 7 a.m. start. And that was to support the Highway 82 paving project, with the thought being that starting earlier will lessen those greater public impacts. So within the 2009 and 2023 resolutions, there are really specific conditions of how, when, and where to mine, as well as about soil, water, and noise testing that has to occur monthly at the pit. And all in all, staff found that the applicant was in compliance with all the conditions in those resolutions. We're just going to go through a few of those that may warrant more discussion or that staff is recommending that we amend in this coming operating year. So the first is the sound monitoring condition. They are required to do monthly tests at various locations on the pit. And in general, they were in compliance with those noise tests with the exception of the two listed on the screen, which were in July and August, and they were slightly above that 55 decibel limit, and those are considered minor anomalies and are expected to occur. If they didn't occur, it would be strange to not have some kind of anomaly with a airplane or other site noise. The next condition is the soil and water testing that they must do every month. Environmental Health did review all the results that they submitted and found that they were in compliance with all the conditions. They did note, however, that the EPA just recently changed the lead standard to be less than 100 parts per million, but they're not sure how this is going to affect Elam, being that it's an existing operation. So Kurt Dahl with Environmental Health is working with the EPA to better understand what that is going to mean for Elam moving forward next year.
Can I make a quick comment on that?
Patty, go ahead.
Because it's lead. Yeah, I need to talk to Kurt too, because there's huge issues we know here in our geologic background. That's why we have a mining pit there and that gravel pit there, and that's why we had high levels of lead at Smuggler. And there's an issue with how that lead comes about, whether it's bioavailable, and that might have a different standing. So I'll follow up with Kurt if it's okay with the board, Sids. I'm of interest because I just saw that they're giving cities 10 years to replace all their leaded pipes for water in cities. That's an unreasonable request. But it is that the lead in water from lead in pipes is a whole different exposure to, especially to young children. So I've got questions, but I'll sit down with Kurt and go through it because we have a lot of things to talk about.
I think he's listening in. He said he was in some meetings, so if you've got further questions.
And he knows what I'm talking about, so thanks, Greg.
Great. Kelly has a question also while we're at it.
Thanks. I'm just curious, is the source of the lead from the gasoline of the vehicles?
They don't put lead in gasoline anymore.
I don't know if we have an answer to that.
Then what is the source?
Could be the natural geology.
Naturally occurring.
Yeah.
That's a good question,
That's a good question. We can learn more, but the impression I get is it's not a problem, but it doesn't seem to be bioavailable. But we'll learn more. Thank you.
Yeah, Kelly, I'll follow up and let you know. They'd have to speciate, and I don't know if that's something we need to be doing. But anyway, I'll follow. That's a good question. And Kurt's online, so I'll add that to his list.
Okay, Tammy, let's keep going.
All right, so the next condition that we always speak about every year is their noxious weed condition. At last year's site visit, I noticed an increase in a lot of the Canadian thistle and some of the noxious weeds on site. So that condition was modified last year so that the applicant was required to submit receipts for the mitigation work this past 2023 and 2024 operating season. They did this past August hire a contractor to spray a lot of the weeds, and they submitted those receipts, so they're compliant with that condition. So staff is still recommending that they be really vigilant about contracting with some licensed professionals to mitigate those weeds.
Question about the herbicide. Do they use a county recommended? Is it like Milestone or something like that? Do you happen to know?
They contracted with Accurate Weed Spraying. I don't know what.
Yeah, it'd be nice to know just what.
Typically, our request to the the herbicide that they use is that it's aquatic friendly, so it doesn't contaminate any of the, I don't know specifically what they do use. We could definitely get
That'd
you
be
that
good to find out. Yeah,
It
thanks.
has to be one
'Cause we-
approved with to use in Pickens County, but it's
Right. We did it this summer also. and
Given
I-
that we're
I
doing
had-
the soils and the.
Yeah, you have to ask what they're using. Thank you.
All right, so the next condition to speak to is the condition that we had in the 2022 resolution, which basically stated that mining operations couldn't occur any closer than the 700-foot setback line from the residents from the north. And that is more just once you start getting that close, they're starting to get to the end of that phase 2 mining area. So we requested that they stake that and flag it. They did. And they did stay within that boundary. However, in this coming operating season, they are anticipating encroaching beyond that line. So let's see. Yep. This is a aerial that the applicant just provided today. And so on screen you can see the red circle is that 700-foot setback line from that residence. You can see the extent of the current mining operations and then what is proposed for 2025 in yellow.
Question about the topography there. It's kind of hard to tell where the edge of the mesa is, and it looks like
Yeah.
it looks so close. And I was just concerned. Remember thinking, well, if it gets too close to the edge, is there a danger of that collapsing with the steepness of the slope? And I'm sure you had engineers look at it, but what assurance can you give us that it's not going to collapse?
I have another
You've got that?
graphic,
Okay.
and
Thanks.
it definitely was reviewed. I was reviewing all the 2009 documents and reports and engineering that were done.
It looks like a knife edge from the
Yeah,
photo.
well,
I'm sure it's
and
wider
so
than
if you
that.
look
but-
at this photo, that is, you're seeing the top, the crest of that hill. So topography-wise, they are getting very close to the top of that elevation line on that hill. So this image, it's tough to see on the screen, and I can pull it up
You
in
can squeeze
PDF
it
if you
bigger.
can't see it, but this was pulled from that 2009 packet material showing the phase 2 area. So I wasn't able to draw on here, but if you follow my cursor, it's phase 2 was approved to extend to where I'm kind of showing you where the cursor is. So, and just for reference, this is kind of the crest of the hill right here. So they aren't fully proposing to go to the extent of phase 2 next year, but they're definitely getting towards the end of phase 2.
Patty.
But there was a lawsuit filed by the Bronze, and it said they couldn't go past that into that red circle, correct?
No, it's to.
They just had to be notified when they might be.
Yeah, it's a notification.
Now the Bronze have sold since then.
And a lot of what was done in 2009 was making sure all those impacts, as you are getting closer to their house, that they're mining in a very, very specific way.
We'll just be in touch. They'll be in touch when they start to incrementally.
Yep.
Okay. Great.
Yep.
Thank you.
So
that was one of my questions.
This is one of the more useful graphics I found in some of those old approvals. To your question, Greg, showing just how that has to occur in terms of bringing that material down towards the west and not mining from east to west. And making sure that things don't collapse in and also maintaining the integrity of the vegetation on the other side of that hillside.
Got it. Great. Thank you.
I like your little loader graphic.
I didn't make that.
Very cute.
So with that, we will have to amend that condition that says, while mining past the 700-foot setback line, you can't mine past that to amending it to what I've proposed on screen. So while mining past the 700-foot setback line, the top of the 15-foot berm represented in the 2009 application shall be delineated with stakes and flags. With submission of the annual review application, documentation shall be provided demonstrating that mining activities are consistent with the mining sequencing plan provided in the 2009 application. So it's just to keep them consistent with what was approved. All right, and then the next condition that we always talk about every year is their landscaping condition. So last year, this condition was amended to require that they replace the dead and dying trees and come up with a fertilizing plan, a irrigation plan, changing the species. They did hire Aspen Tree Service to replace some of those dying trees. And for the most part of the, I think it's 95 trees and shrubs that were planted, there's only a handful that I could see, and I'm not an arborist, but that were still really struggling. So in this photo down on the left, you can see a couple of those really small juniper that are totally dead. So it's kind of a question, do we keep making them replant these trees that are struggling, or to the applicant's point, there is a lot of native vegetation that's thriving along Woody Creek in that whole riparian section, as well as on that hillside. So, you know, on my site visit, I definitely saw that the native vegetation was outperforming a lot of this required planting.
Question, would it look naked or bare or more obvious without the dead site?
Would it look more scenic? Would it be more attractive
I'm
without those
just
dead
wondering,
trees?
you know, the thought of replacing them so they die again doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. And to be honest, it's only a few. I think they've done a pretty good job. A lot of those trees are thriving, and they are blending in, but right, it's at this point, do we keep doing this year after year?
Right, Greg, maybe
I'd say
give a
let's
better
just snip
option
them
for the
off
native
and
vegetation to
forget
come in.
about it.
Mm-hmm.
So are the ones that are surviving, they're all on a drip system, so they're irrigated? Or do you go by with a truck and irrigate them once in a while?
So for the most part, they were all connected to a irrigation style pump in a drip system to get them initially established. The thoughts were for perpetual, that they're going to incorporate into the environment, is that at a certain point we have to cut off that water so they can thrive in the natural environment. Through that, they don't even make it through the winter on a few of these. We all think that most plants go dormant, and come spring, then they start absorbing the water. Coming out of spring, we just weren't seeing that they were even taking off. So they're dying
Those
in the
are
winter. You know, unless we, you know, go up there in the winter, dig through the snow and actually physically try to get them some moisture. The problem that we're seeing is the hillside in which these trees are on, the soils do not really, you know, they're not paired well, in my opinion. Now an arborist maybe could say differently, but the juniper style trees, they're not really fitting well on that hillside slope, that it's not able to retain that moisture, and that the
Right.
junipers and spruces that are on the lower level towards Woody Creek, they're thriving, as Tammy mentioned. You know, the cottonwoods as well that are native are doing very well because they have that immediate water source.
Right.
Some of the stuff that's on that immediate hillside just does not seem to be establishing, just due to that soils and the
Percolates
water.
on down.
Yeah.
Right.
Waters the other trees.
Yeah.
My thought is to take out the remaining dead trees, and just, I think it would look better if they were removed, and then just continuing as necessary, adding water to the thriving trees if you have to go by, if it's really dry and you need to go by and with a water truck once a year and give them a big drink. That might be sufficient to have them keep thriving, but eventually the natural vegetation takes over, and the existing trees that you planted would start having babies of their own with coming up, and then it would actually look more natural at that point once there's a lot more native plants coming up.
Yeah. So,
Right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I agree with that, and I spend a lot of time around plants and grew up a lot. And I think Steve's right. If we have a really dry season, taking a water truck by there and, just helping them, give them a little boost. And I think you'll find more native vegetation is going to be happier. And it's definitely, sometimes those red and dead trees just aren't, it just reminds us of all the red and dead we have everywhere else in our forest. And so then we could return the remaining deposit.
yeah, that would be up to the board. So just to, I guess, go back a little bit, I did go back to the 2009 approval associated with this condition. And that basically was a landscaping requirement to mitigate the visual impact of removing that hillside. It's staff's opinion that that hillside, the visual impacts and the native vegetation existing there is going to mitigate those visual impacts, as well as just the way that they're required to mine that hillside. The residents to that northeast side aren't going to see the cut occurring like you see from Highway 82. I did want to remind the board that at any point during these annual reviews, you have the power to require, new landscaping if something does occur where more mitigation is required. So it's not, by eliminating these old landscaping conditions and returning the bond, it doesn't pull the power that you have to require new conditions
it's time to
later.
move on.
It looked like we had a pretty lush summer, actually, relatively, and that probably helped.
Mm-hmm.
The dead ones were already dead, though, so that didn't help them. I'd be comfortable with that. Do we need other, just have to be, we don't have to vote on that, it's just part of our approval, or what do you need formally?
So I did remove it in the 2024 resolution, draft resolution. So it's just removed. If you guys want to change it or add something back in, we can do that.
I think if it's removed, that's great. All right.
So I guess at this point, I'll just stop. It is staff's recommendation to move forward and approve the draft resolution. But we do need to discuss, I guess, that letter that was submitted
Right.
yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
Well, we could
Okay.
open it to public comment
I did.
and then bring it back and have that conversation. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay, I think that's what I'll do. I'm going to open this to public comment. If anybody'd like to speak on this, Susan, come on down. And then I don't think we have one online, but let's check. Michaela, see if anybody's out there. Raise your hand with *9 if you want to join us.
Here it is. It's from Susan.
Okay, Susan.
So I'm Susan Taylor, and I am representing the Woody Creek Caucus District Planning Commission, this comment. And I know I just heard, one of my question was why the caucus did not get notification of this hearing today in advance of this hearing. I mean, I only saw it because I was looking at something else on the agenda and realized, oh, they're going to review Elam today. As far as I know, and I do know that there's been some turnover in the caucus this year, but no one we had actually tried to find when Elam was last reviewed and when Elam had last come to a caucus meeting for the annual review. Usually it would be around January or February for that year. And we don't know when the last time was. And that being said, in the past, the process was to give the caucus plenty of time to respond with all of our caucus members, which would be, several months, so that all the caucus members would, be able to weigh in at a meeting. But I would like to read, and I don't know, I printed this out, the letter that I submitted yesterday when I realized that this hearing was going to be today. There was a photograph that was attached to this letter, which I do not have printed out. I guess you all saw that.
I didn't
did.
get it.
Do you want me to send it to you right now?
No, she's gonna
Can you
read
put it on the screen?
Oh,
Yeah, I can.
I know, I'm not gonna read it
No.
off the screen, but if, are you gonna read your letter into the record, or?
I'm gonna, but I don't have the photograph. Yeah, I can't read the photograph. But I am. So this was to the Board of County Commissioners. The District Planning Commission of the Woody Creek Caucus would like the Board of County Commissioners to seriously look into the current activities of the Elam gravel pit as it concerns our local traffic. Elam has been a good neighbor in the past, and we anticipate they will continue to be a good neighbor in the future. It has become more and more apparent in the last few months that truck traffic to and from the gravel pit has started to use both Upper and Lower River Road as a route likely to avoid Highway 82. This is not acceptable to the residents of Woody Creek. This has created both an annoyance and an increased danger. In some cases, trucks are back-to-back. They frequently do not fully fit in the narrow lanes, and they present a real hazard on our winding community road. In review of the renewal of the Elam arrangement, the residents of Woody Creek would like the county to support our master plan in regards to both the months of operation and the traffic routes allowed. In addition, an asphalt mixing facility was never in the original agreement. Some residents have reported concern over the odors of asphalt and the underlying health hazard of these emissions. And there is a link to the EPA report about asphalt. The master plan concerns are, one, annual review of the special use permit should include consideration by the District Planning Commission in Woody Creek and neighborhood input. Reclamation, we support the reclamation plan for the entire property. Temporary seasonal housing of employees is allowed according to the operating permit. We are concerned with any excessive use of this campsite and would like to have it terminated or restricted. Noise in the immediate facility has been an issue, and noise abatement measures should continue. We ask that members of the Woody Creek Caucus be allowed site visits when necessary to ensure performance. Strict enforcement of all noise restrictions and limited hours of operation are crucial. Dust pollution has been an issue. The company should continue to upgrade with new equipment and better dust collection and control. Expansion of the Wagner gravel pit, which is Elam, into adjoining properties would not be supported by the Woody Creek Caucus. The snowmelt facility at the pit causes concern of potential groundwater contamination from the contaminants in the snow. Increased truck traffic on our rural roads during winter snow and ice condition is an additional concern. River Road and McLean Flats Road are not to be used to or from the plant to avoid the main highway by concrete trucks or dump trucks. The only circumstance acceptable for the use of River Road by their trucks is to deliver materials to an address only accessible via River Road. Noise pollution from the backup signals on the trucks, the noise of the jake brakes, as well as banging the sides of the truck to empty them should continue to be addressed. The operation of the concrete batch plant should run concurrently with the permit for Elam construction and should expire when Elam's permit expires or the aggregate is exhausted. In other words, this is not to be a permanent industrial site, and we do not envision a permanent concrete batch plant. So that was the letter. And, you know, the traffic is of concern. There has been a lot of truck traffic, dump truck traffic, on both Upper and Lower River Road in the last few months. It's noticeable. There's the picture. You see the two dump trucks passing one another right in front of the tavern. It's my understanding that, you know, a cyclist was hit crossing Lower River Road last month. And so the increase in traffic is of major concern, and I think some of the other residents of Woody Creek have probably already been in touch with the BoCC about that.
I'm sorry, cyclist was hit, but not by one of their...
Not by one, no.
Okay.
But it's
Please
just
clarify.
the additional of the traffic. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I don't mean to say the dump trucks did that. But, you know, the dump truck traffic adds to all the other traffic, and, you know, there are the other day. Actually, that picture was taken yesterday by one of our members when I was passing this letter around to the District Planning Commission. He responded with that picture and said, "This is happening right now." I came around a curve on Upper River Road the other morning on one of those blind curves, and there was a dump truck in my lane, and there's really nowhere to go but the river.
What do you mean? It was parked, or it was?
No, it was passing. It was passing
coming at
something.
you. Coming at you.
Coming at
Oh, I
me
see.
in my lane on a double yellow line in a blind curve. So, you know, I have seen 4 dump trucks back to back. You know, I see them come out and turn on 82. They're not, you know, it's hard for me to believe that there's that much needed dump truck traffic for construction off of River Road.
Susan, thank you for that. If you don't mind, I'm going to bring it back because I think we had a pretty extraordinary summer, and I just want to hear your response regarding that. But
Specific to the truck
with the
traffic.
construction of everything you're doing on 82 and, you know, all that, but I don't know, we want to learn about all this. Thank you. Steve?
Before we get their comments, I want to find out, these are private contractors like truck drivers. How much control do you actually have over, once they drive out your driveway onto the county road?
We have
You don't have
absolutely
control over
any
them at that
control
point.
over them. We have control over our own trucks and their truck traffic and the routes that they can take. But once they leave our gates, wherever they're delivering, that's the route that they choose to take, and that's not up to us. So that doesn't. I understand the truck traffic concerns out there, but we can't control that.
It has changed substantially because we didn't have any issues around dump trucks on River Road for, you know, the last decade. And this summer,
Summer
all
was
of a
bad
sudden,
everywhere.
you know, there are just trucks everywhere.
Every road, everywhere in the county this summer has been a disaster.
And there's been work on every road everywhere in this
Yeah,
county this
I'm
summer.
wondering,
It's too bad.
some of them maybe were going to the bridge construction down by the, you know, below the Aspen Village.
But they could do that on 82.
Yeah. Some of them, I don't know,
Smith
were
Hill Way.
some of them possibly having to do with the highway paving project, but I bet a lot of them were just trying to avoid the traffic on Highway 82, like
And
you
we
indicate.
all understand that. We all want to avoid the traffic, but the rules are
Smith
that if
Hill
you're
Way,
driving
too.
a dump truck, you don't have that option.
Right,
And
I
I
just-
understand that Elam is not, you know, the police of the dump truck world, but, you know, I know that in the past, Elam has been probably a factor in explaining to the outside contractors what the route should be. And, you know, I mean, the other day, somebody said one of the dump trucks coming down from the flats just ran that stop sign at the bottom before they went across the bridge, and I know you're not responsible for that either. But, you know, these things are of concern to Woody Creek, and as a spokesman for the Woody Creek Caucus, I need to make those public. And you have been good neighbors.
Well, thank you.
I
Did
have
you
a
have a comment?
suggestion,
And then
Robert.
I
Do you
want
wanna-
to hear from these guys at some point.
Yeah,
You can
no
talk.
problem.
He
I'm
probably has a
just
lot
trying
to
to-
say.
My suggestion
ahead.
is when we issue construction management plans or et cetera for trucks, I mean, I know there was some big projects going on Lower River Road. I mean, but they're moving a lot of dirt. But so somehow within our process from community development, we just issue something about, please remind any of your dump trucks coming to and from your job site, these are the routes, and just put that in. So we can do that on our side, and we can give that same information, and you can do that on your side. But once they get out on the road, unless we don't have enough sheriff's officers to be out there, but it is, because I've been down there a lot, and it is scary. Dump trucks are big, even though my grandson does call me Grammy Dump Truck, so you know, it's an endearing name. I think we need to try and do what we can from our end, and that would be a suggestion that maybe we just bump the education up for contractors.
Good idea. Thank you. I'm going to bring it back to you guys. If you could just respond to that.
Yeah, no, I would say I wholeheartedly agree with you. That's what I was going to actually say, is that I
Beat you
think
to it.
though we don't necessarily have direct control over the fleet of trucks that leave the gravel pit, they are to a degree an extension of what we are trying to accomplish in the gravel pit. So a heightened communication, I think, can be presented to those drivers. And if that's not, enough, then we would like to hear who, what trucks are doing that. If it's a repeat offender, perhaps we can reach out to the appropriate companies and try to come to a resolution so it doesn't continue to create a problem. The traffic, when I initially saw it, it'd be hard to say, if they were delivering locally, that is acceptable. But I think, blanketly, perhaps just some heightened communication to the truck drivers, making sure they understand entirely where they can travel, and we can do more there.
Can I add something quickly to that? I think probably some of them are looking at their GPS, and their GPS is saying, do not go that way. It's red for miles. Go this way. I'm guessing that's what's happening. Because my GPS would route me past your place every day if I went that way.
And I think
We've seen a lot of that. We're seeing a lot of that.
So I'm sure that might be part of the deal with your drivers.
Steve?
Was the chip from the chip and seal, was that coming out of Elam's pit, or was that from somewhere else?
Unfortunately not. We tend to have a little bit of a spec problem coming directly out of the Wagner pit. Just due to the inability to wash, makes it problematic to make a CDOT type or a county spec chip material from
How
that
big are
location.
those chips? Those are tiny.
Because there were
We've tried it,
trucks
but, yeah.
all over every county road that they were doing the chip and seal.
Yeah.
There were trucks there every day going one direction and the other with.
I think to your point, Steve, that between the Highway 82 project, the chip seal that happened right out front of our gate, just the general uptick in aggregates and dirt moving in the community has added a few more trucks this year. So I think
I'll give
maybe
you
we just need to heighten our level of communication to keep that up, and that could be recognized as a takeaway from here, that we just make sure that that is getting conveyed, and if we continue to see problems, maybe we take them as a one-off and try to come to a resolution. If we have a particular driver that's keeps doing it, then we can.
That's
rein it in.
really helpful. I think it's good to know they're not your trucks, or they're not all your trucks, and that if you have an ability to notify drivers on protocol, where to go when they leave the pit.
Yeah.
That'd be great. Can we move on to the asphalt mixing?
Yeah, I'm
question?
curious about
Just going down your list.
So to the comment of not being able to, I'm hearing that. I don't believe that to be true. To my understanding is we can produce asphalt, and that's what we did this year. We choose to use a better plant that is newer in terms of its performance and technology that's driven to make quality asphalt, adhere to the air requirements that we do in making that. So that is the route we chose to take. But to my knowledge, we can produce asphalt, and I don't see that we had done anything wrong there.
Has anything changed other than maybe
when
volume?
did that change?
So the 2009, the current permit that they're operating under, I can put it on screen here, but it's allows for gravel pit maintain for sand and gravel extraction operation and the asphalt hot mix concrete operation. So
And was that just not exercised until lately?
Unfortunately, yes. Yeah.
They're having public comment, and we're like.
I know,
we're
there's
like
a
the
meeting, yeah.
bystanders.
Let us do this.
I'm not allowed
Thank
to
you.
ask them questions.
Well, yeah, that's not how it works. I'm sorry. I've been a little loose here
We
since you're
appreciate
the
your
only one
attempt,
here, and we appreciate you're the representative from the caucus. But I want to keep it. I want to get out of here today.
I still have to pack,
Okay, so asphalt mixing, that's been handled. If they're so that was news, I guess, because it's a fairly new machine. Is that right? But you have the permit to do it.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm really worried about the dump trucks.
What about notification of with the caucus or are we noticing this properly for?
yeah, so I went back to what was sent out, and I believe it was August 7th. Referrals were sent out, and we constantly are trying to update who those contacts are. I mean, we have thousands of.
I think it's turned
referral
over twice in the
agencies.
last year.
And so
then-
the email address we had was I can pull it up, but it was something caucus in the
Okay,
email
you can give it to me
address.
after.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
if we need to update that, that's.
Great,
would
okay. Yeah, I know
solve
we've
that
had a
issue.
couple different, directors of the caucus, it seems, in the last year. They made a comment about site visits. Is that something you do? Tours or site visits?
Yeah, we've done that historically.
Okay, so if contacted, people could come do a site visit without,
But it's
Yes.
when it's arranged, not anytime the caucus.
Correct.
wants
not
to
anytime,
drop by.
right?
Thank you,
You
Pat.
can't show up, but you can make it.
And a
Unless you
lot
wanna
of that
get
is for
gravel or
safety
concrete.
reasons and also with
Sure.
the MSHA rules and laws and.
Dust management was another one. That's an ongoing
Did-
thing.
we didn't have
You've been doing that. Has anything changed, or is it occasional?
What, we've made some improvements on the site. There has been some recycled asphalt products put down on the roadways to help eliminate the dust problems. So it's a constant, not battle, but constant process.
Keeping dust
especially-
down in a dry climate, yeah.
Especially the last month when we haven't had.
And we've
any.
had so much wind,
Yeah.
horrible winds.
And there are conditions in these resolutions that speak to suppressing dust, especially as you get closer to the end of phase
Right.
2.
Water quality is another one. We heard from you about the water quality, and that is being tested, and it's passing the tests, is what we're told. Truck noise. Once again, they aren't all your trucks, I assume, but is it noisier? I guess just with, it seems like everything's busier. I get that. If there's some way to reduce noise, it'd be great.
And I believe there's so many conditions in these resolutions, but I believe there are also conditions regarding the J brakes and when they use them. I can search quickly for those conditions, but if you want to speak to how.
Coming out of down the hill into Woody Creek or down to Smith Hill.
Again, a lot of it's out of their
82.
control. If a truck driver's coming down Upper River Road down to Smith Way,
They're gonna use the brakes.
they're gonna use their brakes and, you can, that's a tough one when it's off-site, I think.
Comments? You know what we've said. Let me hear what you guys said. How do you respond?
As far as on-site use for noise, there's not much we can do with the backup alarms. That is also a safety issue, and that's mandated by federal laws that those are on there. The banging of the tailgates, things like that, that just happens. It's just a process when those dump trucks dump, and they pull away. I guess we could start educating them, some of the drivers, that you don't have to pull away and slam it a bunch of times, but it is something that happens when you pull away from the pile, and so.
Trying to keep it down a little.
So we could try to help coach them on their processes with that. But yeah, we do follow our hours of operations, and we do follow those rules. We are doing the noise sampling as well during all of these processes. So far we are within our operational bounds of what we do.
And so were there any problems with the earlier, we gave you what, was it half an hour earlier or something, or an hour earlier just this summer in order to get the highway project done? Any complaints or issues around that? Did that go smoothly?
Yeah, none to my knowledge as far as.
Yeah, as far as I'm
complaints.
concerned, I didn't hear any complaints or anything to that effect. That would also help address one of your concerns. There was more activity in our campsite for the employees because we had the mobile hot plant in, and then we also had the construction crew. So that is why there was more activity there, but it was all employee related. So just
big
a busy
summer.
year.
Yeah. John, go ahead.
Greg, just on the backup alarms in past annual reviews and approvals, we've required white noise backup. Are those still being used on site?
For the most part, yes.
Yeah, on the equipment that we do own, we try to employ the
Okay,
white
but
noise.
on the equipment that you don't own, you don't have control over that.
Technically speaking, yes, for like the trucks, that are on the road.
Sorry, I just wanted, I
Yeah,
knew that
no,
was
thank
part of
you.
our past conversation, so.
Last one I had on this list
I don't
was
hear many.
the batch plant, concrete batch plant, is that what that is?
We already talked about that.
We already went through that, I guess, but anything you want to add? I can't remember who spoke.
I think the comment, if I could recall, was like a perpetuation of an industrial use. I would think if the ags are not present, then that would conclude the life of the ready mix batch plant. So I guess to understand the life of the ready mix would probably follow suit with the aggregates life as well, given that the pit no longer would be in operation, so therefore the batch plant would be how I would see it. Although I think looking into the future, for the county's sake, where is that ready mix going to come from? Maybe is a further discussion on a master plan, and if that site is not appropriate for that development or that industrial use, maybe there could be suggestion on where that might take place.
How many years are left in that? Do you have a estimate?
Well, as we have seen over the last few years, I think the county is thriving and doing very well when it comes to extraction of material and being able to provide that to the community. To that end, I think that there's still a lot to come. So in short, to not get too long to answer your question, don't know.
But it's decades, probably.
Yeah.
I think
Sounds like decades.
I think
Okay.
this permit expires in 29. So we have a chance
So
to,
review then.
you all have a
Okay.
chance to, well, you too.
Other comments, questions? Steve?
Well, I remember when I was building my house about 40 years ago now, we got gravel out of the Jaffe pit because the one down there on the Wagner pit hadn't been opened yet. So that's, the gravel pit can last a long time, but then eventually they do get depleted, and then you start looking for a new site somewhere. And you're maybe already looking for a new site just for planning ahead.
Not like you can grow rocks, right?
His lips are sealed.
Right.
There might be
I-
somebody listening if we tell anybody we're shopping.
They'd run out and put in their own. Patty?
I just appreciate the fact, and I know it's an impact, but the impact for Highway 82, if we were having to bring all of this material from
Oh, yeah.
Rifle or Silt or to Carbondale, that pit there, that I don't even know if it's still operating, actually.
The
Yeah, I
one
think
in
it's still-
Carbondale?
The one up on the hills is still, it's cut
The
back.
one that
a
had the blowout.
Collapse? Yeah.
Yeah, they had the little leak in their water line.
Oh, my
Yeah.
God.
The great river rock there, though, if you want to pick some up.
To be honest, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but, I mean, just right now, the last thing we want is more road impacts, car travel on Highway 82.
Yep, we all use the stuff.
I mean, there's no
I took
question.
a load or two this summer.
There's no question that it's a delicate balance, having an operation like that in a residential area, in a town, in a county that has almost no industry in that level. But on the other hand, as Patty points out, having our own plant here rather than trucking stuff in is definitely an advantage for the county, with, you guys taking the brunt of it, of course, but it is an advantage for sure, and we appreciate that.
And those trucks at the photo in Woody Creek, they weren't just going to the tavern for lunch, were they? They just went.
No, they were going for beer.
Kelly has her hand up.
Yeah, I just was gonna suggest that perhaps we amend, condition number 10 to add that drivers should take 82. We're already directing them to make the drivers aware of the stop sign. I don't think it would be a big amendment to ask them to also ask the drivers to take 82 as their route.
It's the
And that's
priority
not
route.
eloquent, so someone else should write the language, but that's the.
That's a great suggestion. I would just say maybe make that the priority. There are times when you can't, if it's busy, they're working on the bridge or something.
Trucks coming out on the intersection of 82 and Smith Way.
Yeah, it's like, it'd be nice if they knew that would be the preferred alternative. But I wouldn't make a rule, because what if it's closed to construction or something.
Well, that, and also I did check with our building department this morning to understand what the current building projects were
Right.
occurring on, like Paradise Mesa has a really large project going on, and there are some on Upper and Lower River Road and up towards Lanedo. So there are construction projects where, right.
In the
with
vicinity, in the
and
neighborhood,
that they're,
yeah.
they need to take those roads. So I don't know how to.
If possible, use highway, go Smith Way to Highway 2. I just think, we already have these fatal accidents at Smith Way and 82, and until we build Greg's famous longabout up there, then we're gonna be running them through that, but that'll be a while.
I
I
don't
love
take
that
ownership
term.
of that
I
thing.
love that term.
Okay, what's next, Tammy? What do we do now? Do we need a motion, or is there anything else you want to share?
Public hearing?
I would close the public hearing on this, thank you, I didn't bring it
Is there
back.
anybody else?
Well, I would just say in response to Kelly that I think that for now, we could rely on you guys to do what you say you're gonna do about the drivers and not actually change the contract or the resolution, I guess. Because like somebody said, I think Steve said, roads might be closed, and so to insist that you take a road that might be closed or whatever doesn't seem to me to something we should put in this document.
I would say, if possible, please use Smith Hill Road to Highway 82.
Right.
Would the county be opposed to helping and working with us to possibly put some new signs in?
Some signage?
Down that road to improve the signage?
I was gonna suggest that.
Possibly in a couple languages, because we do have a little bit of a language barrier.
That's a good
at our sale
suggestion.
house. So we have just started printing out new cards in the pit that are multi-languaged. But if you would not be opposed to that, then we would love to.
So we would probably want to hear your suggestions, since you're on the road and it's in your purview. It'd be great to have suggestions from you, and then we can take that back.
Absolutely.
I know, so in the past with Jim Duty, they did post a sign at the scale house notifying all the drivers about the stop sign. So I would think we could post something at least there at the scale house.
Do we need to put that in?
And we
add it
haven't
to-
taken any signs down, so.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
And if you
just-
have other
They just don't
recommendations,
read it.
give us your other recommendations also.
Absolutely.
I just think, I
So
was
that would
thinking,
be under condition 9, say, something about, add something in there that encourage use of Highway 82, Smith Hill Way, when possible. And then also to encourage Elam to work with Road and Bridge as far as additional signage. Does that make sense?
okay, Susan, you have a question, I'm gonna let you ask it, thank you.
I was just going to kind of sum up the caucus position, which is, we're concerned about, I understand that the truck traffic for this summer is maybe, kind of a wild card because of all that's happening. But we would like, the caucus is concerned about the COVID emergency hours being made permanent. We would like for the hours and months of operation to go back to the pre-COVID agreements. We are concerned about, expansion of the actual pit. And, we would like to have an ongoing dialogue with Elam. We would like, I would like to have this conversation at a caucus meeting with other residents of Woody Creek, not here with the BoCC. So we would really like to go back to what we used to do before COVID, which is, you come to the caucus and you explain what you're doing, and the caucus, gives you feedback, and we come to an agreement and some understanding together, because you have been good neighbors, and Woody Creek is not trying to change that. We understand. And so, if we just can have an open communication between Elam and Woody Creek and the BoCC, so that, I'm not throwing this letter together yesterday, so that I have some input, because I don't have this document. And so, I want to just have an open dialogue so we can solve these problems.
Would you guys be willing to reach out to the caucus and set up a meeting?
Absolutely, yes, I will
Or a
get them.
annual presentation, maybe?
I'll get them my contact information, and like we've talked about, Jim left just about a month and a half ago.
Well,
so.
and our moderator
Right.
changed.
Yeah.
No,
Well, and the caucus can at any time contact Elam and say,
An invite.
we have concerns, can you come to our meeting on this date or this date? So the communication needs to go both ways. So
and
it
then
will be there.
Pre-COVID hours.
I think the hours have been fine.
Has anything,
Nothing has changed except for those minor amendments for the public
For the summer.
projects.
Right.
that The BoCC granted, so it's.
March instead of April, and 6 instead of 7 a.m.
So I think there's different dates for different things, but it's March 1st.
Because I know there was an emergency
I'm sorry, April.
change for COVID, or right around that time.
There was nothing.
This
for
conversation
COVID.
needs to be between the board.
right, yeah,
Sorry,
we should
sorry.
talk, yeah. Thank you. It'd be good to get to the bottom of that. If something changed that needs to change back, we should know if there's been a change, but I hadn't heard of
Caucus
that.
is under the impression something changed.
Okay,
Okay,
Tammy.
so you've banked a lot of 3 minutes, just letting you know.
So, this sounds like something you might need to dig into.
I mean, nothing has changed from the original approval and the dates of
Okay.
operation. The only things that have changed are the minor amendment that was just approved to
For this
operate.
summer.
Come back to
Right.
us and we change it.
Got it, okay, great. Okay, I'm comfortable with that, and it sounds like you're gonna be communicating with the caucus. You've heard everything that they've said. We're gonna talk about signage for trucks. And the trucks are gonna hear about taking, the best route, getting to 82 rather than the roundabout way, if possible, the more roundabout way.
Mitigating noise when possible.
And mitigating noise, yeah, they, of course, hopefully they all are, the drivers are all paying attention, and you're gonna put up signage in Spanish. That's great, and maybe we can cooperate in that if we're putting up signs as well. Okay, I'm gonna bring it back to the board.
I would like to make a motion to approve the annual review for Elam Gravel Pit Special Review 2023 operating season with the additional language as presented by staff and including the language related to condition 9. And the issue related to the trees with approval to remove the dead red trees and return the remaining bond or whatever we're calling it.
The deposit, is that the deposit?
Yes, whatever.
Financial security.
For that, okay.
I'll second.
We have a second from Francie. Further discussion? I don't see a lot of hands up. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks,
Thank
Stacy.
you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Hi.
we've got it. Thank you all for coming. Susan, thanks for
Appreciate
you
the
for your
time.
input. That was helpful to have it heard. Okay, I'm going to keep us moving here, folks. Thank you guys for coming. Thanks for sticking around through all the previous stuff. Open discussion items. John?
Yeah, we have some carryover from yesterday. We have a review of some changes that,
Can you guys?
Take it out
go
to the hall if
outside?
you're gonna, yeah, thank you. We're still working, if you call it that. Thank you. Okay, sorry, John.
Can we do an easy one first? Would you mind? Greg's letter? The
Oh,
letter that-
we've got a letter, we could do that.
we've got a bunch of easy ones. So
This one
yeah,
really
let's
easy
get through them.
Patty would like to make a proposal that I think we need a vote on that,
On what?
to move my letter to the front of the pile. She's making executive.
I'm like, we don't need to vote on this letter.
It's open discussion. This letter, who wrote this letter?
I'd love it if I could run the meeting.
I think it came
but
from Eagle
maybe
County,
I'm
but
moving
it
too
makes
slow
no
for
mention.
you.
Okay,
I have a letter that was actually
What is
asked
this
for
letter?
from Wilderness Workshop, asking that we join Eagle County in encouraging Hickenlooper and Goose, our representatives, as they are looking at supporting federal public lands. And some of those public lands are in the upper headwaters of our community, adjacent to Maroon Bell Snowmass, Upper Colorado Management. Turns out that Eagle and Pitkin have, I don't think we share a boundary with any particular part of the land, but I don't know. And so they're just saying it would be great if we could encourage our elected officials to stay focused on that and that we support what they're doing as they're examining lands. And they basically they're saying we're asking for this because we continue to experience mounting pressures on public lands from climate change, loss of diversity, increasing tourism visitation, and we recognize our working agricultural lands and vibrant outdoor recreational resources are fundamental to our local economies. As our state is expected to remain on a trajectory of rapid growth, it's more important than ever that we work proactively to secure a future that protects existing intact wild places and creates a thoughtful plan for the many ways we use our public lands. So I think this is a letter of encouragement to send to the senator, both senators and Congressman Neguse.
Well, it's not really, it's just copied to Bennett.
Yeah, it's
I
Bennett's
think
name needs
it's
to be on it.
condescending, and I don't really like it.
Eagle County's already approved it?
Eagle County said that they will sign this if we approve it as it is. They'll sign it also, and we can send it along.
Written by Wilderness Workshop?
They submitted a draft for this, yes.
I think it should go to Senator Bennett and Hickenlooper, not just Hickenlooper.
Yeah.
Bennett shouldn't be CC'd. And
Agreed.
I think if any of this involves the GORP Act, then it should be mentioned in this letter. That's what I want to support,
It's
not a
like-
random philosophy, but I would like to pointedly support.
You know, we've already done our GORP Act. I think I misspoke when I
It
told
just
you
feels
that.
like we're lecturing them to do something that they're already
I
doing.
think they've invited us to submit this letter to support them in their efforts, is what it is. We're not lecturing anybody. They are saying, hey, can you help us
So
back this up?
Hickenlooper invited us
as
to
we-"
write this letter? Maybe that's why they
Okay, well.
CC'd Bennett in?
Oh, that's
That's
why.
that's where this
That may
came
have
from.
come out of
I
your
promise you
walkabout.
that.
I see.
So, yeah, we're not
I'm
lecturing, we're
fine
not,
with it
we're
then.
not making demands, we're like, they're saying, hey, can you help us with this, send us the support, and so we know
I'm
you're
fine
on.
with
Except it says, we invite you to work with us. I don't know, it's fine.
You wanna,
It's fine.
okay, thank you.
I
I've
support
got
wildfire
two
one, too.
approvals.
I'm leaving it
Kelly has a question. Steve, have you got any questions?
Oh, no, my good.
Kelly?
Yeah, I mean, I'll agree with Francie in a way. It just seems really unfocused and, you know, I don't know, like, I haven't lost faith in what they're doing. I don't feel like they've forgotten who we are, or what we stand for. You know, I suppose it's not harmless, and if Hickenlooper needs some specific cover on some specific policy, broad policy position, then fine.
Okay, thank you. I think that's exactly what it is, and it helps us, you know, and the focus will improve, I'm sure, because we'll be asking for it, and I'll make sure those comments go back to them. Meanwhile, I'm going to plan on signing it, and I'll tell Eagle County that we've done that, and they'll do the same. Thank you. Thanks for that. I have another letter here. This is from the Colorado State Forest Service. Support for Roaring Fork Valley Wildfire Collaborative's application to the Forest Restoration and Wildfire Risk Mitigation Grant Program.
So
And
this is coming
thank
through, I think, Kelly, this came as a request through you. I know it has a short timeline on it, but I think Kelly's prepared to speak to that. And I think Angie Davlin is maybe on, who's also been invited to.
Well, I'll jump in. So as part of my diligence when we were reviewing the letter yesterday to support the application down at the 3 Mile Park outside of Glenwood, I asked around to some of the other fire folks if they were also submitting for this grant to get a sense of how many folks will be competing for the $7.2 million in funds. I heard from Aspen prior to the meeting that they were not applying, and then I heard from Angie during the meeting, but I didn't see it till after the meeting, that the Regional Valley Wildfire Collaborative is applying, and they're are requesting from us two things, potentially, to add our name as on this letter as written. You can see there's several logos on the top. So to add our name and logo in support of their project, which is doing mitigation in partnership with the Forest Service, the BLM, and Soapers Mountain Ranch up in that area of the county. I can let Angie talk more, but just sort of that area straddling between the Crystal River Valley and Snowmass. And additionally, if we would like to contribute some matching funds to them. The bigger their pot of matching funds, the bigger the pot of money they can ask for in this grant. John and I emailed a little bit this morning, and he said that we have mitigation funds that have not been used yet in 2024, but have been appropriated. And that if we could contribute, $38,000 to this, then that would get them a total of $400,000 or a $200,000 grant from the forest project. For a project that totals $1.6 million, and they've raised funds and are still raising funds through other sources. So I'll stop there and I'll let Angie fill in the rest of the picture.
Great. Welcome, Angie.
Thanks, everyone. I'm happy to share my screen and show you some maps if that's what everyone would like to see.
Sure, go ahead. We're kind of at the end of our day here, so.
I thought these were going to be quick, so we could have let staff go.
Brevity is the soul of wit, as I like to say.
I'll be super speedy.
Thank you.
This is us, the Roaring Fork Valley Wildfire Collaborative. We are inherently a partnership, so these are some of our core partners, and you can see what I'll talk about here in a second is that the bulk of what we do is we plan, map, and use data to inform where our biggest risk and where our biggest opportunities for mitigation, and we do so with brains far beyond just mine, including all the fire districts, the counties, the towns. This is our entire region, and this is the specific area that we're looking at for this particular project. Kelly mentioned that this is a collaborative project with lots of different stakeholders in this. We are looking at, in the bottom you can see some green areas. That is a U.S. Forest Service prescribed burn totaling about 3,000 acres. In the orange, right in the middle, is the 300 acres right in Cypress Mountain Ranch that I'll talk about. And up top in the yellow are planned treatments at the BLM. I'm going to throw some data at you just to really highlight why this area is so critical, and it comes from the Colorado State Forest Service's Wildfire Risk Reduction Plan. A couple of key points. One is that this is an area that's really likely to see wildfire. 73% of the area has a high or very high occurrence, and when it does, it's likely to be incredibly harmful to life and property there. When the area sees fire, it's looking at fire that's really difficult for firefighters to fight.
Got it.
So 43% with more than 30% of flames, where our trained firefighters, however amazing they are, just really aren't effective against that. It's going to spread fast. And when it does, it serves as a really critical fire break between Carbondale and Snowmass. So Roaring Fork Fire and the U.S. Forest Service about a year ago did a demonstration fire, and when they simulated lighting a fire in Carbondale, kind of on the road as you're traveling to Marble, which is likely in that, you see big trucks on that road dragging chains or cigarettes that are thrown out the window. In about 12 hours, the fire traveled rapidly from south of Carbondale on 133 all the way to Snowmass Village. So in sum, we're looking at a really critical area that's a fire break between these towns. It's likely to have high, intense, fast-moving fires that our fire districts would be hard-pressed to put out.
Got it. That's a pretty good case you're making there.
I'm trying to be speedy.
Okay, I don't know if we need a lot more detail for the letter, but I appreciate I'd love to see this at length another time.
This is my last slide. This is the proposed treatment area. So we'd like to go into these 300 acres, and we'd like to thin the vegetation, and also it will serve as a really important kind of preparation area to support the BLM and the Forest Service work above and below this area.
So is this south?
In Angie's defense, she sent this through Chris, our emergency manager, a week or more ago, and you may not know, but he's been deployed to help with the Hurricane Helene recovery, so I think it just got missed.
Got it. No problem. We get it. Francie has a question.
Yeah, is this south of the work that was done last year on the outer fence lines of Cypress Mountain Ranch? Is this like closer to Cypress going up?
This is just below Cypress Mountain Ranch and above the U.S. Forest Service prescribed burn area.
below on the east side.
Let me go back to this one. There you go. So the ranch is the area just above the orange space, kind of the network of roads that are within the red U shape. And this is area in the orange that's kind of just to the south west area of that subdivision.
It was on the west side.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Could we hold on that slide? I'm looking at the great big green area, U.S. Forest Service planned treatment. That's on sort of the,
Park or something?
it's near Hay Park. Looks like it's the Hell's, what's called Hell's Hole by the ranchers, going down towards Emma area from Hay Park. What is the Forest Service planning on doing there? It's like a huge area.
3,000 acre prescribed burn.
Is that a prescribed burn?
Correct. Yeah, 3,000 acre prescribed burn.
And that's our fire break.
It's really close to my house.
That's the way I feel about this whole thing.
Well, if they don't do the prescribed burn and it catches fire, it's going to be really close to your house very quickly. So this is the fire break for your house, is how I'd put that.
And so just for the board, because I know we've got some other items, I think there are two asks on the table. One is to sign on to the letter of support, and then the other would be whether the board's financial support using these mitigation funds that we've budgeted each year. We have $75,000 left in unused appropriations for fire mitigation this year. We have put in another $50,000 for next year. The ask is for, Angie, I believe, $38,000 this year. And this is really why we budgeted these funds, was to have an opportunity to provide matching funds for projects, whether they came through the collaborative, which a number have through those discussions, or in cooperation with our fire district. So it does fit within the four squares. It would not require an additional appropriation or ask. It's already anticipated in the budget.
Excellent, already in the budget.
Well, there's no way we're not going to go for this, right?
I think I'm going to vote that we support this.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, fine.
Steve, are you okay?
Just don't burn his house down.
Don't burn Steve's house down. Kelly, you're brought this to us, so I'm assuming that's a yes from you. We've got yeses from our board, although Steve is.
It really just threw me for the collaborative. I think Angie may need an email, John, from you confirming our approval of this for their grant submittal.
So they don't need a letter, they just need an approval of.
Where did this even?
I think they want that letter. They want to be able to add us to this letter. Is that correct, Angie? The letter that's in front of us now? And then I
That
can
would be
send
great
you.
to have your name.
Great, okay.
Other partners on there.
We'll do it, and thank you, and sorry to rush you, but I think we got it. We get it, and we're gonna go for it, and Steve's gonna be standing out there with his hose and dreaming about, all sorts of things tonight.
And then Angie.
Just the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus be notified about this.
Yeah, the
because
caucus should be looped in.
It goes right along John McBride's fence line on his ranch there, that straight line there is a straight line between Forest Service and private property.
I'm assuming public notice will
We
go
get
out.
notice from when they're
Yeah.
doing anything near me,
Right.
anywhere that I
Yeah.
get notice about it.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna keep moving, folks. John, what else you got for us?
We have staff here to discuss changes that are being proposed in our health plan. We've really kept our benefits the same, but we wanted to run these by the board prior to open enrollment. They're related to two issues, really. One is some direction that we received from the board around fertility benefits and such in the county. And then the other is to provide screening, cancer screenings, because that is where a number of our costs are. And I think Connie's here because there are some cost elements too.
Well, and I'm mainly supporting Brett in this. Brett has a presentation or a few slides to go through so that he can explain this to you.
Okay, Brett, I'm giving you the same pitch I gave the last one, is that we're kind of burnt out from this day.
It's just,
So
this is an open discussion. We don't have
we're in open discussion.
slideshows and presentations. Right. We do simple things.
We're going to get through this as quickly as we can. We've got
Sorry,
got a mutiny in progress by Patty Clapper, but we're going to get through this.
Well,
okay.
These should be on agenda items. They shouldn't be on open discussion items.
Okay, thank you for that. We're going to get through this now. Okay, Brett, let's go.
Can everyone hear me?
We can.
Perfect. Okay. So we wanted to just discuss a few changes and also get some direction as we go into open enrollment season. We are kind of at a deadline for printing materials such as benefit guides and setting up the system for employees to select benefits. Open enrollment this year is going to be November 4th through the 15th. And what we're looking at is our broker, Parker Smith & Feek, has recommended a 32% increase, and this is in response to 2 years of high claims data. And so as a group, we have discussed looking at a 10% increase for health insurance premiums for employees. This would be for non-wellness rates. We would maintain a 0 premium for those employees that qualify for the wellness rate, and then a 25% increase to departments. And this would result in the health insurance fund covering the remaining roughly $500,000. That's probably a place to stop for discussion. Or do you want me to go through all the changes and come back?
Brett, we're talking about that in budget already, so I think right now if you could just go through the changes to benefit plan.
But part of the reason why Brett is speaking to you right now is that HR is at a deadline with the consultants that will be printing the documents, the brochures, and everything that's needed for open enrollment. And so if certain changes are made too late in the process, then they go through having all of the documents ready for employees, and then it changes, and then employees don't have the correct information when they're doing open enrollment.
And I totally understand that. It's just, it should have come to us sooner and in a different venue than open discussion.
Yeah, you've registered that. We heard what you said. Thank you. We're going to keep going now. We're going to try to get you out of here sooner.
I'm just responding to her point that you just made,
right.
Greg.
I know, but you've said it 4 times.
Greg,
I'm getting tired of this.
and I have the right to speak, please, so let's move forward.
Okay, well, is there anything else you want to say?
I don't know, there might be.
Okay, then.
And I'm not going to leave because the 2 items that I think are of great importance have
we'll get
yet
to them.
come.
You know, we're all getting impatient here, right?
So please, Greg.
Thank you, Chairman Clapper.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm going to, please keep going, Connie, and I apologize to you and to Brett.
Go ahead, Brett.
Additional changes are an annual IRS increase to the limits for HSA contributions as well as deductibles. So this year for the HSA, for deductible, it goes up $150 for an individual and similar for a family. And then on the deductible, we're seeing a $50 increase for self and $100 for family. I know last year the board felt it was important to match this increase, so I wanted to bring that in front of you as well.
Great, thanks for that.
Other changes, we're looking to switch from New York Life to Unum for basic life coverage and increase the life coverage to 3 times annual salary. This is to help with customer service. Employees will be able to continue any voluntary life directly with New York Life, but we'll set them up so that they can be in charge of their own policy and work with New York Life directly. This will prevent some errors in the payroll system and some admin issues that we've had.
Can I ask you a question? I know I should know this, but I don't. Do you pay more to get the life insurance, or does everybody get it as part of the benefit package?
It's paid for by the county on behalf of the employee.
Guess I
So
didn't
there's
realize.
no additional cost to the
That's
employee with
part
this
of what I was
change.
talking about yesterday.
Great, thanks for that. Okay, keep going.
The two benefits that we're looking to add in 2025 is CARET, which is a reproductive health benefit. This expands on the current $20,000 reproductive benefit we have this year and is really more of an equitable solution. So it covers everything from fertility treatment, adoption, surrogacy, gender care, menopause, hormone replacement. And it's a lot easier for employees to access this benefit as well. CARET has a customer service team, sets people up with a debit card if they need to use it, and helps also employees find doctors in the area that may be able to help them. The other item is called Gallery by a company named Grail. It's a cancer detection test. It's a simple blood test. It's targeted at employees that are age 50 or older, or those with high risk, age 40 to 49. And it tests for active cancer signals within the bloodstream. So this isn't a DNA test. This is looking at 50 different types of cancer that have indicators if they're starting to form within the blood. This would be also free for employees, and employees are matched up with local providers if they do test positive.
Great, thanks.
The other items I had in there here were a pick and leaves update. I don't know if the board wants to hear that right now or limit it just to this conversation on benefits.
If we don't need to hear it right now, let's move on.
Yeah.
Is that what you were going to suggest? Okay,
That's all I have for
we're
you.
done. Thanks, Brett. I appreciate your brevity. Thank you very much. And thank you, Connie.
You're welcome.
Kelly, question.
Yeah, I do. Just related to this cancer blood screening. You know, some cancer screenings are not super effective and result in sometimes false positives. And I'm just wondering what how widely accepted this approach is in the medical community.
Can we back burner that one? I don't know if we have to hear that right now. I'd like to go on faith that they've chosen a good program.
I'd like a little reassurance because I have to say, as a person who is high risk due to my mother's ovarian cancer, I am not advised to screen for markers related to someone with an active cancer.
Is there someone
This
who can
doesn't
answer?
replace traditional tests for cancer screening. This is for things like stomach cancer, I think certain organ cancers that there is no screen or annual screen that you would get at a certain age, and it is only looking for active cancer, not necessarily markers.
Does that answer your question, Kelly?
Somewhat, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. All right, so we're going to move on, if that's okay. And thank you, Brett. Have a good afternoon. Yep. Okay, next on your list.
I believe the board wanted to have some time to talk about the county attorney.
But don't we have to did I miss direction that we're giving on?
Oh, okay, yeah, I mean, it's
that why we're
really
having this
what we are
discussion?
here,
So patient, Connie.
what we are here for, yes.
Trying to get Connie what she
I
needs.
kind of assumed that you all were saying to
Approving it.
move on and that we were
You don't need a
done,
formal
so,
vote. It's
yeah.
just a move on.
It's
Yeah.
more
If you're
just
good
a-
with
yeah.
what's proposed.
Well, I think we were, if I may,
Please.
we were provided the opportunity yesterday at some level to discuss these additional benefits and the 10% increase, which we discussed yesterday as part of the benefit. I mean, the budget, excuse me, getting those confused. So thank you, and I'm sorry, but,
We didn't see these specifically, though. We didn't see this.
No.
Okay,
So
so.
thank you, Connie.
Yeah, so I
We
think
were
that
going to
was
talk about
important.
county attorney.
Okay,
I think we're fine with it.
thank you.
Thank you, Connie, sorry. Sorry, Brett.
Regarding county attorney, John, are you leading that?
Well,
I certainly can. I think the board has been
we got an email from Human Resources, from Melissa today, about the plan, if everybody has seen it.
I think so.
But I do have a question as to what she's saying, to clarify if that's okay.
Yeah, please do.
First of
We
all,
got 2 from her today.
oh, I only have this. Well,
I've
I'm
got,
looking,
yeah, okay.
I'm looking at the broad one where she lines out the process, and did the board?
I'm happy to step out for a
No,
minute.
you don't even need to. This
Yeah.
is really simple. It's really
You
simple.
gotta go anyway?
So,
You want to go. You want to, you
Well,
can, but
the
you don't have
next
to.
one's gonna be the letter about the 1C, but I don't know if you wanna be part of it.
no, I'll be there for that.
Okay, right. Is that the date that has been selected is the 22nd? But I-
23rd.
23rd.
I mean,
23rd.
23rd,
We have an
which,
exec
excuse
session
me,
on the
Wednesday, the
23rd.
23rd. But
Yeah.
I believe there may be a conflict.
Not for us.
So I got an email from Melissa today asking me to keep a slot open on that day from, I believe, 10 o'clock to 11 for what I assume is an interview. Yep, she said, please hold 10 to 11.
Yeah, we had that time set aside.
But I
Yeah,
think,
it's been
I
on the
know, but
calendar.
I think there may have come up a court date that Ryan needs to be at that
Well, I'm
morning.
in court on that day from 8:30 to 9:30, and Melissa asked me if I could keep the 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock slot on October 23rd available.
I just wanna
Is
make
what
sure
she
that
asked
that
me to
worked.
do
And that
today.
still works.
And of course, I said, yes, I have it available right now.
Got it. Okay.
And
Thank you.
then my question is, if after that, will the board then have time to discuss what we want to discuss amongst ourselves to move forward with offering a position and negotiating a contract?
So we should include some additional time.
For us, but then we go to a regular meeting that starts right
12.
at noon.
Yeah, so right now, it's looking like we have about an hour and a half scheduled for the conversation, both with Rye and the board. And so I think that's going to be enough time,
So
Patty?
that's 10 to 11:30?
Yeah. And we can go till noon or.
Well, no, because we need to have lunch before we start another mega board meeting at
We could,
12.
oh yeah, because that is Wednesday.
Can we
I
schedule a
apologize.
time later in that day?
Or we
if
could have
need
a
it?
working lunch that day.
Well, the
11.
regular meeting starts at noon, that day on the 23rd, but it's more, it's more gonna be a conversation, with, you all are gonna need some time together, so you're gonna need some time together ahead of, the hour-long block. It's a little awkward because I have not been as involved in these
No,
conversations.
I can
so.
flesh it out
Yeah.
then, if you want.
I was just saying, if we do the discussion with Rye from 10 to 11 and just have lunch brought in, we can eat lunch and we can have an hour to discuss it and a 5-minute break before we start. Our meetings tend to have not been short lately,
This is
even
true.
when they're just work sessions. So I just want to make sure that we have time to get prepared, because I think the 23rd agenda's getting pretty packed.
Right, I agree. Thank you.
That
And if that works, that works. Let's aim for that.
So what did you say, 10 to 11 with Rye, and then?
All right, can I
time
jump
for-
in on this?
Sure, Kelly.
Just because we're moving past what the input that I'd like to provide, but
Okay, jump in.
you know, I think we should hold the 9 o'clock time, because we're gonna have to get organized among ourselves
Agreed.
prior to interviewing. So, you know,
It's a great
I don't-
suggestion, excellent
we need
suggestion.
that time. So we've already been scheduled on our agendas from 9 to noon. I think we should just keep 9 to noon and commit to a long day. And lots of snacks.
Thank you.
So what are we going to talk about from 9 to 10?
We are going to have some staff, some senior staff. We're going to join. This is the panel.
We have to
we
get
talked about.
organized on how to conduct
So-
an interview. We have no other time scheduled between now and then to do that.
So we can work with Melissa at that point.
So, but Greg, you just mentioned having other department heads come in.
Originally, we were going to invite them in, and that's still part of the plan.
That doesn't, I'm really confused now, because if Kelly's saying we need time to get organized to interview with Rye, and you're saying we need to have time to talk with staff,
No, staff is coming to be part of the interview.
Oh, they are
and
at
We can
10?
invite them to submit questions or comments in advance, just like we can. Then
that
we'll be
doesn't.
going through it
I'm not sure because I'm the only one who's given any names to staff.
No, I have as well. I think we have a list. So
Is that what we're doing? I'm looking at Francine.
that's the plan that I understood and that I've talked to Melissa about since we last met on this, is that we had to have a panel that would include some of the senior department heads with us and Rye. This is our chance to do this with them.
I'm gonna step
He's
back.
gonna leave.
I gotta go anyway.
Bye.
'Cause
The only
I've
one who
got a
really has to be there
Mount
is you.
Sopris Montessori School Board meeting, and I'm the president of the board, so I better get going.
No.
What time are we meeting tomorrow morning?
Please call me when you're out of here.
I hope you've learned what not to do by observing me.
Did you go to Montessori school?
No, but I'm chairing this meeting.
Oh.
I thought I was.
I just turn it over to
Well,
the
then-
loudest person.
Yeah, turn it over to the loudest
All right,
person
thank you.
in the room.
Okay.
Yes,
Thanks,
excellent.
Bye.
Okay. Do we have is that okay?
So
That's what we had
who's
talked
going to be
about.
at the meeting?
Yeah.
Have we ever decided that?
Can we all take a step back? Because I think I haven't been included on the emails that you're looking
Apologize
at.
for that. I
And
thought you
so I think right now we have one candidate that the board wants to do an interview with, and we have been talking about, whether there are changes in the process. And so I think we need to, talk about in the exec if the intent is still to bring in department heads or such. I've gotten 3 names, I think, so far for that. Patty?
I thought we were going to discuss who was going to be there. We're supposed to be sending
No,
you
no, no. We're
emails?
gonna. I just gave John my thoughts on who I might
Right,
want to
right,
be there. I didn't
right.
pick them.
You didn't, yeah.
Yeah.
And so I guess it was not clear to me that we're still doing all of that process. And so I think we need some direction.
I have been in discussion with Melissa about it, and so I apologize for putting you on the spot earlier. So I was hoping she could join us for this, but because it's kind of unscheduled, we didn't expect her to be here. So the original plan that I've been speaking with Melissa about was that we originally planned to have a panel discussion. It was going to include some department heads where the board would have a chance for a conversation with Rye. We will have allow him to address some of the questions in advance that have been submitted. And that's really that. At the end of which, the department heads, or staff, if they chose, could submit anonymous or confidential or public comment to the board, so that we can discuss issues that that people in the organization might have. Anything they want to say. I'm not talking about negative things, but whatever comes to mind, whatever they want to submit. So it was going to be a panel discussion, as we always had planned, with department heads.
But you said the
and
board would
BoCC.
ask him questions. Can
The board
other
will be there with
panelists
us.
ask questions as well?
What questions
If
are we
we have
asking?
time, yeah, but I'm hoping to make it move more quickly. We submit questions in advance. And this is only so that we continue with some of the process that we originally had when we had multiple candidates. Now, is this too confusing?
I'm confused. So we're meeting at 9 to do what? I don't mind meeting at 9. I don't know, but I want to get
Right,
this
so
moved,
we're
'cause-
setting the agenda now. We can meet at 9, we can meet with Melissa, we can invite the department heads in, and when Rye arrives, we will be prepared to have a conversation with them. Is that?
Then what are we talking about from 9 to 10?
That.
I'd like to have a very professional interview, and I think that requires identifying who's, Greg, what are you gonna do as an intro as far as chair? Which board members are gonna take which topics? How do we move, who decides how we skip and move faster if we're not covering everything in the time allotted that we have? I think if we just went in there without any preparation, it'd be like this.
Well, what we're doing
and I
is
don't
comparing.
want that for an interview that we're conducting for a county attorney.
We're preparing right now, in public. Here we go.
Great, but we don't have a list of questions in front of us. We haven't been asked, I don't know who to submit them to, who's collating them. We sort of need to get together and figure out, like,
Why
these are
don't
the
you
questions that we want, these are the ones we're Xing off the list, who's gonna ask what?
Why don't you submit questions to me then? You can submit questions to the chair. I will get with Melissa and we will organize it from there.
Well, I think that hour ahead of time gives us time to do what Kelly wants us to do when we interview Rye. It'll give us time to flush out questions, see who's gonna talk on A, B, C, or D, and then we know when we go into the meeting with Rye at 10, we'll have some idea. And then I'm hoping that the board can then, after 11, after meeting with Rye for an hour, the board can have time just as the board and make a decision and move this forward.
Excellent, excellent suggestion.
I would like to recommend that we spend some time on Tuesday. I feel like trying to have an hour with the directors and us and to come up with the questions and who's gonna ask what and everything with the time crunch of 1 hour and then we go right into the meeting is a lot of pressure on us to, what about doing it on Tuesday? Do we have a lot of exec sessions at that Tuesday?
I don't know what, I'm trying to find my Tuesday agendas, I think they're
So
upstairs.
I don't think you need the directors there for the whole time that you're prepping. And this is a group that's used to doing, the directors themselves are used to doing interviews, and I think they could probably come in 10 or 15 minutes ahead of time. You could give them direction. I think you all may need a little bit more time to agree on what's important for you to ask, what you want to learn in this interview process, and also what you want to be able to convey in any conversations. And it feels like from this discussion, you may need a little bit of time to do that. So I think if we stuck with that hour time and you all took the first 40 minutes to really go through questions together and have that conversation together, we'll bring whatever directors you all want in that interview 10 or 15 minutes ahead so you can kind of give them the lay of the land and you'll be organized for the interview then.
Thank you for that, John. I appreciate that.
Sounds fine to me, but I would.
Can I solicit
I'm sorry.
questions in advance from people? That's all.
I was gonna say, yeah, if we're gonna have some directors, I think we should have all directors. We don't need to set up a hierarchy thing where only open space and trails and community development are there. We already have that hierarchy, so I'd like to avoid that.
How many directors would that be?
It would,
Yeah, how many would that be?
would be a lot. We
Like 30?
We've got 20, yeah, it'd be close.
Well, why don't we?
That is too many, so.
Directors who are usually work with the
Well-
attorney's office.
When I looked at the thing in the budget yesterday, it wasn't 30 names across the top there.
Well, not across the top, but that's my team.
This is
but then-
John's.
Yeah, and so I think there is some desire for a department that weren't on that layer that have high interaction, like the airport or like open space and trails.
And ComDev.
ComDev does, Human Services does. Those would all be areas to maybe look at.
Maybe
Anne,
finance. Does she work a lot with?
I mean.
So that's what we were looking for. I think originally the recommendation was for you all to provide me with departments that you didn't want to be overwhelmed or outnumbered, I think in the room was the exact wording. And so we wanted to try and narrow down to 4 or 5 departments
I never heard
to
that.
give feedback.
Where was that discussed?
That was discussed in a forum like this in this
When we
room.
discussed who we were going to do it, and then we were going to do a meet and greet, and we were going to have a panel interview, and then we were going to do our
during that whole conversation.
Kelly's hand is up.
Kelly.
Yeah, I would just ask that if we can set, people need to, and the directors we invite and us submit our comments by, Monday, close of business, so that on Tuesday, they can be organized, and Wednesday morning, we have a chance to review them Tuesday night, so we come in Wednesday morning with our own sense of what we have prioritized. I think it would produce a best use of our time.
That's a great suggestion. Thank you. Comments submitted by Monday, the 21st.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. I have a question about,
Yeah.
It was an issue with John that some departments felt like they had no access to the attorney's office. I don't want to perpetrate that, so could we get some guidance from you on how to avoid that happening?
Well, if you know, I don't know who those departments are, so.
He does, so that's
Yeah.
why I thought we could get guidance from him.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's awkward to talk about now, but
Yeah,
if,
but maybe by email or something, you could talk to us about it.
if you all get names, we can put together a list. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
And
Suggest maybe
I'll throw some
departments who
names.
have hired outside counsel might be a good place to start.
What?
Sorry, Kelly.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Greg.
Departments who have hired outside counsel.
Mm-hmm.
Like the sheriff's department.
Who is hired
Okay,
outside
does that
counsel?
sound,
Airport,
does that sound
Mom,
workable,
Dad.
John?
Yeah.
Only airport.
Okay. And I can work with you on that at our agenda meeting or at some point, Friday at the latest. Okay. All right, what else do we want to talk about on this?
On this, I apparently will, I've already followed up with John on the people that I thought, the departments, but,
Great.
and I don't know if I have any comments to submit ahead of time, but I just kind of want to hear what the departments should have to say and what questions you think you need to ask, and I'll just figure it out then.
Excellent, thank
Well,
you.
you could jot down a list when you think of them on your vacation.
I'm not gonna be thinking, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna be thinking about this.
Okay.
Always
So,
think about
is there anything else on that?
About
Do we-
stuff
I think
7
that's our
days a
plan.
week.
The plan is really, wasn't any more complicated than
No
that.
matter where I am, I'm thinking about
It was simpler than that, but fine.
gonna really-
Okay, what else have you got? Anything else?
I have a really quick
Okay,
thing that
Patty.
just popped into my head with Tony being here today about the agenda setting for EOTC. I didn't see any EOTC prep time. Are we not prepping for EOTC this time?
Are we really doing EOTC?
I don't know.
We have to do it at least once a year for the purpose of the budget.
No, but I
That's
mean, but
the
there's no
IGA
prep
requirement.
on our agenda.
Yeah, so let me look at that, Patty.
I just noticed that.
I'll look at
And
that
I don't
with
know
you.
who sets the agendas, but Tony had,
She's already got it planned.
well, she got 2 times to talk about her tramway today, so.
Really, really need to change the charter or whatever controls that to have less people make a quorum. Fewer people make a quorum.
That would require a change to the IGA.
Yeah, because we can't ever get together because we never have a
Yeah,
quorum.
we got to figure out the process. The only other thing that I wanted to bring up was, what are we doing with the response to the campaign ad from ballot question 200? Because if we don't,
Bride's gone, so.
Roy was gonna give us his, a memo. and
because
we
by
don't-
the
we don't
time we
have
get
that
a
yet.
letter together, the election's going to be over.
So we're expecting a memo from Rye, and that's where we stand, and when we get that, we can, I'll reach out to you, how's that?
And so
Could somebody
beyond,
encourage
and I
that?
just want to be really clear, so Rye's memo will be a legal opinion to the board or assessment of the accuracy
Right.
or lack thereof of those statements. And then from there, staff cannot write,
We know
or
that.
respond, so it's going to have to, yeah, so I
We
just
have
want
some
to
other
He's just gonna be
people-
giving that to us.
We have
Right.
some other people who have offered, once we give them some bullet points, to help write us a letter, but we need to get it done before Christmas.
I'm getting a lot of questions about it from the Better Airport people and the,
The coalition.
Okay, so we have a plan already with that.
Yeah, we do, but I guess I have a question of how we collaborate on that response in light of open meetings and
Yep,
open meeting
me too.
laws, I guess.
I brought that up at the coalition meeting and everybody except for Ward said, well, you just call each other up. And I said, well, we were told we can't do that on one topic. And all the
So
previous
maybe we just
commissioners
say,
said it's not a problem.
I just don't know if we have to post a discussion and then we have a discussion, that's all.
I think Rye can give us his legal memo as attorney-client privilege, and then we just we can't speak to each other about it, which means we might want to just nominate an individual or two to take the lead on it. Does that work?
Well, I mean, I can take his thing and write it into something and then.
We can
but you-
brief each other and get
Yeah,
something
but
draft.
you want something in the paper that you haven't seen and approved that has your signature on it?
I'll look at it and decide then.
Exactly, that's the looking at it, that's the issue, so.
I think they can
So
look.
so I guess we send it to,
We'll have to ask Rye what the process,
Yeah.
legal process, to do a letter to the editor signed by all
So
of us.
I'll-
You
that's on
start
my
it
list
with
to talk
Rye's
to
I'll
Rye.
talk
comments.
to Rye tomorrow.
Great, and then if you
So,
need,
I'm sorry, sorry, Patty, I didn't mean to cut you off,
No, it's
but
okay.
I was just gonna say, if there's a draft, it probably needs to come back to the board
what we're
for
saying.
action. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So how do I do that?
we just need
without
to
a
ask
walking
Rye how
quorum
we
or
do that
a
without being
serial
called an
quorum?
open
It needs to
meeting.
come to this table. It would need to come to like the next work
Well,
session.
that puts it off a
or-
whole week.
Yeah,
That's not okay.
I'm leaving tomorrow.
yeah.
I'll ask Rye whether I can,
And just fill me
Send
in.
it to
I don't
Charlotte to
tra-
disperse to
I
you
don't
guys or
get on an airplane until 6 o'clock in the morning on Friday.
well, you're gonna be reachable anyway, so.
Oh, and there's no cell connection once I'm on that airplane. That just, it goes away from here to
About that.
Catalina.
Putting up a firewall.
Okay.
May I make a motion to adjourn?
Yes, please.
Yes.
And I'll second.
I'm voting in favor.
All in favor.
Wait. I want to wait. I want to reconsider that vote.
Call it back.
All right,
Thank you all.
guys.
Motion
Thank
to
you.
reconsider a motion.
Aye.
to adjourn.
Yeah, right.
Thank you. Thanks, Josie, for bearing with you.